Yeah, we are live. Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Harbour-East Marine Drive Community Council. It's good to see all of you right here for the 3 public hearings we have tonight. And we also have a presentation scheduled for this evening. And welcome to those watching from home. I'm going to call the meeting to order. And before I do that, I just want to confirm that we have quorum, and I can see that we do have quorum. So we're good to go. Starting with the land acknowledgement, Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. All right, let's have the approval of minutes from February 2nd and February 17th, 2023.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, excellent. Minutes are moved. Approval of the order of business and approval of additions and deletions. Before we do the order of business, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are no additions or deletions from the clerk's office.
All right, thank you. Any additions or deletions from members of council? Order of business? Yes, Councillor Hensby?
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the indulgence of council to adjust the order of business tonight. We have some people here tonight that are traveled in to get here, and I'd like to see if they can get them out early as possible so that they can get home at a reasonable hour. The presentation from Musqueam Harbour is one. I'd like to have that done first before the public hearings. And in regards to the public hearings themselves, I'd like to know if we can move the 10.1.3, the Loonville Lane application forward. We have some people from Moncton here tonight, so I'd like to know if we can move that ahead of the agenda so we can have them get out at a reasonable hour and head home to Moncton. And on the Musqueam Harbour water project, they have 2 presenters. They have 2 people like to make a brief comment, so they'd like to just have all 4 speak within their 10-minute range.
Within their 10 minutes?
Hopefully within their 10 minutes. It's an indulgence of the committee, but it'd just be a brief presentation with 2
experts. I've got a question with regard to the order of the public hearing. Do you have any idea how many here are for each of the public hearing? Because if the folks that are here, the majority of people, that should be up front versus, I appreciate those coming from Moncton, but I mean, if there's only a few people, those that are here to speak, whoever, do we have a sign-up sheet? Do we know how many people are speaking or signed up? I think that should determine the priority, the order, if we're going to change the order, in my opinion. It looks like the majority of folks are here for the Portland Carver. I would rather do that public hearing first, since the majority are here for that one, in my opinion, colleagues.
And in regards to the other order, Cole Harbour versus Loonville, is there a list there as well?
Yeah. No one signed up, and Loon Lake has 2.
So can we move at least those 2 in order?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Let's do that.
we'll put 10.1.3 ahead of 10.1.2. And I still ask for indulgence of council in regards to the presentation to have the 2 speakers plus the 2 commenters for the presentation of the pump house, and they can go home to Musqueam.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second it.
Second.
That's for when they speak. We have nothing to do with the agenda yet.
So you're open public speaking?
No, not the public participation, just the presentation portion. Concur?
So does everyone understand the new order of business proposal that we're going to vote on?
Mhm.
Is that?
It's this one here. So, Madam Chair, I mean, typically with presentations, we don't allow public people to speak other than the presenters. So they have one presentation for 10 minutes. We don't typically allow additional people to speak at a presentation other than the presenters.
Well, they have two presenters anyway, and they're hoping to have four, that's all.
In my opinion, as long as they're within 10 minutes, that doesn't matter to me.
Council can, community council, of course, can look at waiving the rules, but under Administrative Order 1, it's a maximum of 2 presenters for 10 minutes.
I'll ask for a waiver of the rules to have four presenters in 10 minutes.
Do we have a seconder for that? Wait, I think we need, okay. Do we need to move on that first
Motion.
motion first before we do a second motion?
Be a
Of
friendly-
the public
be a
hearings?
Friendly amendment.
Okay, why don't we move the public,
Move the order
move
first.
order for public hearings first and then the presentation second. So all in favor of the new order of business for tonight? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. None opposed. We are moving the order of business. And then would you like to make your motion for the moving, the changing of the,
Yes, I'd like to have the
Rules?
presentation from the Muscatawbah Harbor water pump project to the next order of business, following up before the public hearings. And
yeah,
have-
that's already been moved. So
Okay.
we're in the,
And then ask for a waiver to allow the four presentations.
do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Do you have a question?
Just wanted to point out, I mean, at CPED the other day, it was the Dartmouth groups that all came in, and I think there was 4 presenters there. So, I mean, as long as folks are in their 10 minutes, I don't think it should really matter to us.
Okay.
Yep, okay with
Agreed. Okay, all in favor?
All right.
Okay. And that has, sorry, we have an order of business for tonight's meeting. Great. Okay, moving along. Business arising out of the minutes. None. Call for declaration of conflict of interest.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I have to declare a conflict on the Carver proposal. Just for way of explanation for the folks here, my brother, I don't see him in the room, but his family, they're like 2 doors away from the project. It's a little too close to home, and I don't feel I could be objective on it. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. All right, thank you. Motions of reconsideration, we have none. Motions of rescission, we have none. And consideration of deferred business, we have none. Notices of tabled matters, we have none. And that takes us to the presentation from the folks from Muscatawbah Harbor. And you can come up here to the front where the microphone is. Yeah. Yeah, our clerk is getting that ready for you. So this presentation is from the Muscatawbah Harbor Old School Water Pump House. Karen Bradley is the co-chair of the Old School Community Gathering Place Board, and she will be one of the presenters tonight. Don't worry, this isn't part of your 10 minutes.
It's about live streaming it and being able to display it for the other members. That's the only thing.
Can I just do another test run?
So for all of the presenters tonight for the public hearings, if you have emailed your presentation in the form of a PDF, it's not compatible for some reason with the computer system, or if you're able to email it right now to our clerk, in a PowerPoint format. That might be helpful.
So there's W affairs is okay. That's PowerPoint as well. It's telling me that the files can't be attached. I'm on the Halifax library.
Mm. Okay, so we have the presentation here. So if you're able to run through your presentation, we can follow along with what we have, and then it can be posted to the site tomorrow for everyone else who's not able to see it tonight.
Unfortunately, it also has a lot
Of your notes on it?
of,
Yeah.
not my notes, but there's visual.
Of course, of course.
Oh, it's coming from
Which we all have those.
Yeah.
All the letters.
What, I don't know. Which is,
1131, but I don't find all the letters. A lot attached to this.
Yeah, there is, eh?
This one is, 1131.
Was it sent in a separate email? Yeah.
No, it's correspondence. You actually have, I just have correspondence. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
People are waiting and it's getting hot.
Just talk through it. Okay.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Is it on? Okay, thank you. Sorry about all that. I think it's going to happen. I think it's actually going to go through in just a minute. But so I'm Karen Bradley. I'm the co-chair of the Old School Community Gathering Place Board. Thank you to the council for listening to this presentation. This has been an ongoing issue for over a year. So first of all, first slide, water matters to the harbor and a clear solution exists. Here's what we're asking for. The Old School Community Gathering Place is asking the Community Council to instruct HRM Planning to grant the Old School Community Gathering Place a lease for a small 100 square foot of HRM property on the Dale Bennett Memorial Ball Field for a community-operated water pump. Despite 30 years of community efforts and the promise of amalgamation, all homes and businesses in Musquodoboit Harbor still draw water from individual dug or drilled wells, many of which require expensive amelioration per well and or which run dry in the summer. In the summer, many wells run out of water. Power outages impact water access regularly, and water quality is an issue for many. Current solution now is that every August, many wells in the community run dry. HRM supplies jugs and bottles of water from the city and distributes them, but only on certain evenings for limited hours and not always reliably. Some households have to buy truckloads of water to refill their wells. Access to clean water has long been a limitation on growth in the core of Musquodoboit Harbor, which is designated as a regional rural growth center in HRM's regional plan. There are development projects in the works that could add 200 plus homes to the community, along with new businesses, services, offices, studios, light manufacturing, etc. We applied in March 2021 to the Farm Credit Council's program, the Agri-Spirit Award, for enhancing the vitality of Canada's rural communities. We proposed a solar-powered pump and related costs to assure access to clean water into the community investment team of the Farm Credit Canada group. We received word of the award July 21st, 2021. Funds arrived and public announcement happened in October of 2021. At that time, we met with David Hensby, John Woods, Don Frazier, Colin Cameron, and Ralph Jacobs from Blue Nose Well Drilling in November through April to start to determine the location for this particular water access. The site was selected in May 2022, and emails with HRM began in June 2022, requesting a lease for the chosen site. We did not get a response. The location, the land is adjacent to the Musquodoboit Harbor Trail for thirsty hikers. People with dry wells can drive up the existing ball field access road to get emergency drinking water when the gate is open. In addition, the O2 program at Eastern Shore District High and some volunteers using a design donated supplies from Taylor's Lumber have erected a small pump house providing security and weather protection for the pump. The Old School has already drilled a well with HRM permission as of August 2022. That permission came at a late hour. That has ample flow, 70 gallons a minute plus, that only needs treatment to remove manganese, which we have ordered and paid for already. The well draws on an aquifer that was first documented in the late 1960s, but has since been ignored. The well will serve as a demonstration that this aquifer can supply adequate quantities of water for future developments in the village core. The old school will administer, secure, and operate the well, providing all necessary infrastructure, registration, compliance with provincial regulations, and promotion of the site to the community. The old school already has liability insurance for this project. There will be water testing every 2 months from April through October. We will install an automatic faucet shutoff valve. A security camera will be installed. The pump will be closed from November through March. We want to point out there are over 1,600 registered public drinking water supplies in Nova Scotia. Owners of these supplies are responsible for the delivery of water in accordance with provincial standards and for meeting the requirements for due diligence, making sure the water they deliver is properly managed and protected. Application for registration and all oversight is done by the Nova Scotia Department of the Environment. The Nova Scotia Department of Environment and Climate Change has already registered the old school as, quote, the owner of a public drinking water supply, registration number 2022, et cetera, dated December 16th, 2022. And we have a copy of the letter in the PowerPoint. What does the community well look like in practice? It looks like exactly like the kind of tap arrangement, which you can see by dozens at provincial and private campgrounds all over the province that's available for public use, except it's nicer. It's a lifeline and community project for a village that's ready to come into its own and find its way to new growth and prosperity. Repeating the ask, the Old School Community Gathering Place is asking the Community Council to instruct HRM Planning to grant the Old School Community Gathering Place a lease for a small 100 square feet of HRM property on the Dale Bennett Memorial Ball Field for a community-operated water pump. Thank you. Next up, Colin.
Good evening, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity. What she said. I've been involved in the community development in Musqueam Harbour since I moved there in 1979, when we were still under the county. That was when the initial test wells were drilled. Then we commissioned a CBCL study in the 80s, which we had redone because it was unacceptable to the community. So the watershed study has been done a long time ago. I was also very involved in the visioning process, which was conducted in Musqueam Harbour. The top priority was water. I was also on the committee that came up with the community development plan that was sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce. One of the top priorities in that report was water. When I first moved to Musqueam Harbour, I was renting a place that had a well that ran dry. So there are very few options. So we used to have to drive 10 kilometers up the Myers Grant Road, and there was a pipe sticking out of the side of the hill, and you could fill your jugs with water. There's also in West Ship Harbour, there's another pipe that feeds from a spring well up on the hill, which you can get your water filled. The last couple of years, I'm an avid vegetable gardener, and if you're a vegetable gardener at all, you know that we have suffered from a drought. We were under fire ban for the months of July and August. Many people on low incomes cannot afford to go to buy water all the time. It's very expensive when you're on a low income. So this is sort of the fruition of all those years and years and decades of trying to get a source of water in Musqueam Harbour. So I think there's a need, there's a demand. We've already done the preliminary work. I'd like to say that the O2 program at the high school were responsible for building the shed. They did a great job. It was an opportunity for them to have an experience building an entire structure from beginning to end. Blue Nose Water and Blue Nose Well Drilling have been phenomenal in working with the community to try and come up with the best solutions. So it's time, and we've done the work. So council the staff doesn't have to do the work. All they have to do is sign, write up the lease agreement, which I think is pretty close to being drawn up, and that would be what we'd ask for. Anyway, thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. My name's Megan McMorris. First of all, I just want to start off by thanking everyone who's here, who's shown up for their own community and for listening to us. And thank you all for also taking the opportunity to listen to us today. I'm a mom, I'm a neighbor, I'm a partner. I'm someone who's worked in sustainability for the majority of my life. June 23rd, 2020 should be a date that's ingrained in all of your minds. That was the day that Council passed Halifax 2050 unanimously. It's an amazing, amazing initiative. But climate change requires action. And nobody said that climate change, acting on climate change was going to be easy, or that we'd be able to do it by doing the same old, same old. Our project, this pilot project, is a perfect example of taking action on climate change. Halifax rightly pointed out that all of Nova Scotia, we're dealing with changing in precipitation patterns, sea level rise, coastal erosion, increasing temperatures. The thing that all of those impact is water quality and quantity. For us, this isn't just a project about access to water. What Karen described about people going to get jugs of water, that's me. That's me and my 6-year-old son. That was me and my 4-year-old son a couple of years ago, and there wasn't always water. Our well runs dry in the summer. So I just really quickly in my last 10 seconds want to say, community is about resilience. Climate action is acts of love, and we're inviting you to come to the table come to the table with us in a big act of love for our community and for HRN. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, Madam Chair, from tonight's presentation, do we normally ask for a staff report to follow up on the presentation as requested? I'd like to ask for a motion to have this presentation be forwarded to staff promptly and to get a response in regards to basically to get the lease arranged with the Range 4. So,
I'll second.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I mean, maybe through the solicitor, do we have any idea if that lease is sitting on legal's desk? It's not, you don't know if it is or not. You don't know. Do you know, Counselor, if it's actually sitting on someone's desk?
it's with Parks and Rec folks, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Yep. Call for the question. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the indulgence of everyone here for the public hearings. And we are going to move on to the public hearing, first public hearing tonight. Before I do that, I just wanted to kind of share a housekeeping piece of information with you in case anyone here needs to use the washroom during the course of tonight. There are 2 kind of keys hanging on the coat rack right there by the door. And the ladies' washroom at least is down the end of the hall to the left. Where's the men's? Is it? The library's closed because it's Monday.
I think it's also down.
Down that way. The men's should be down there. Follow the signage. Okay, so we are moving on to public hearing case number 23805, development agreement for lands. Do that. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. We are on our first public hearing, case 23805, development agreement for lands located on Portland Street and Carver Street, Dartmouth. And thank you for joining us for a public hearing. The process will start with a staff presentation and questions of clarification from members of council to staff, and then the applicant will be given an opportunity to present, and then we will move on from there. So we have Dean McDougall here with us for the presentation. Hi, Dean. Thanks for being here, and you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dean McDougall, and I'll be providing the staff presentation for case 23805. The applicant for this case is Fathom Studios on behalf of the property owner. and the location is near the corner of Portland and Carver Streets in Dartmouth. And the proposal is for a multi-unit apartment building with small ground floor commercial space. The subject property is outlined in red on the two images on the screen. You can see the site location in proximity to the circumferential highway, Highway 111, and Woodlawn Road. It's near the corner of Portland and Carver Streets, as I mentioned, and it's made up of two properties. So the site is located on the edge of a low-density residential area. It straddles the line between the low-density residential area to the north and then the commercial area and high-traffic Portland Street to the south. These are images taken from the street in front of the subject site. So on the left, you have 16 Carver Street, and then on the right, Portland Street. They'll be looking west. So the proposal is to rezone from the R1 to the R4 zone and construct a 6-story multi-unit residential building with small ground floor commercial space. Part of the proposal is also to maintain a single unit dwelling facing Carver Street. Here are some elevations of the proposal. So you have the south elevation and the north elevation. The south elevation would be facing Portland Street and the north elevation facing the rear property lines. And here you have the west and east elevation. In terms of the planning process, this slide outlines the typical process for an application of this nature. And as you can see highlighted in blue, we're at the public hearing. Following the decision of Community Council tonight, there is a 14-day appeal period to which the decision of Council can be appealed. Planning policy outline. When a planning application is made, it's often enabled by planning policies, meaning it was envisioned that development would happen here and rules and guidelines were written to help shape what that development would look like. So planning in HRM consists of 3 levels of documents. It starts with the regional plan, which is very high level, and it identifies where population growth should occur and where investment in services like transit, piped water, and sewer should also occur. The second level of planning policies is the community plan. So this zooms in a little bit closer and it focuses on a specific geographic area, and it gets a little bit more detailed on what type of development should happen where. So often planning applications which require approval by council are enabled in this plan. And so the applicable plan for this application is the Dartmouth Municipal Planning Strategy. And then the third layer and the most detailed planning document we have is the land use bylaw. So this outlines specific zoning and regulations that don't require special approval by council. So if you meet the rules, you go get a permit and you don't have to engage with the public. The policy and bylaw overview specific to this property, as I mentioned, it's the Dartmouth MPS and LUB. It's serviced by municipal sewer and water. The zone is the R1 single unit dwelling zone. It's designated residential. The existing use is vacant in addition to a single unit dwelling on 16 Carver Street. And the enabling policies, the policies that permit this application to be considered are policy IP1C and IP5. In terms of public engagement, the level of engagement completed was consultation, which was achieved through the HRM website, a mail-out notification, and a public information meeting held almost a year ago, March 29th, 2022. So the feedback from the community generally included the following. So concerns on the compatibility of the proposal with the surrounding area. There were traffic concerns raised, concerns on the stormwater and its impact. Landscaping, buffering, and privacy issues were also raised, and that the proposal provides much needed housing in a good location. The notifications mailed, we had 121 letters mailed out. Individual contacts, 22 people phone called or emailed me. And then in terms of web page views, we had 1,707 unique web page views. And approximately 41 people attended the PIM back in March 2022. Changes responding to the consultation. So the proposal originally was for an 8-story building, including the penthouse. Based on feedback from the public and staff, the applicant decreased the height to 6 stories with a further reduction in height at the rear of the building, which drops it down to 4 and then 3 stories. The applicant also increased the landscaping around the property. to help assist in screening and buffering the site from the abutting low-density buildings. So the image on the left shows the original proposal, and then the one on the right is what's being decided on tonight. And then the changes are circled in red. I mentioned that the site is designated residential under the Dartmouth Municipal Planning Strategy. The residential designation is an all-encompassing designation, which allows council to consider zoning amendments for any permitted use within the designation, provided they don't conflict with the policies of the plan. And then the MPS actually goes further and requires that any apartment building over 3 units can be considered by development agreement. So this allows public involvement in the evaluation of any proposed multi-unit dwelling in Dartmouth. So as such, enabling policies IP1C and IP5 were written into the Dartmouth MPS, and it's these two policies that allow the application to be considered. Now, the policy requires council to consider certain things in their decision on the request, and those can be summarized in the following bullets here. So the height, design, and scale of the proposal with respect to the compatibility with the neighborhood, the adequacy of controls on the development to reduce potential conflicts, landscaping and amenity space, and then infrastructure capability. So sewer, water, and roads, transit, can they support the proposed development? In terms of land use, the proposal is both consistent and compatible with the other surrounding uses in the area, as both residential and commercial uses surround the site. Residential uses are found abutting on Carver Street, Cathy Cross Drive, Portland Street. Commercial uses directly abut the site, but also with large-scale commercial uses are located across the street on Portland. The surrounding built form is predominantly of a lower density form, but there are examples of low and mid-rise buildings in the general area. The site's location is important in this evaluation, as multi-unit residential developments can be compatible with low-density residential when they're located on the edges of low-density residential areas, and especially when they help transition from a high-traffic commercial street such as Portland Street. Staff advised that the impact of the proposed building on the existing development form in the area will be minimized by the distribution of the bulk of the building on the site, which can be summarized in the following 3 points. So the first one is the yard setbacks from the low-density residential properties. So those setbacks, coupled with the perimeter fencing and dense landscaping, which I'll speak to on the next slide, will provide a sufficient transition and reduced impact, thereby mitigating potential compatibility issues. The second one is that the building transitions down in height towards the low-density residential properties on Cathy Cross Drive at the rear of the property. So it would be the top part of this image. From 6 stories down to 4, and then with a step down to 3 stories. So this decrease in height at the rear of the property increases the setback of the 6-story portion of the building from those rear property boundaries. This design intervention also increases separation distance, and coupled with the landscaping measures will assist in screening the ground floor of the new building and reduce the bulk and scale of the building facing those rear properties. And then the proposed building will also have step backs all around it in the massing above stories 3 and 4, which will minimize the impact and overall bulk of the building, but it will also increase the setbacks of the 6-story portion of the building to the shared property lines with the single unit dwellings. A traffic study, or TIS, was prepared by the applicant and submitted as part of the application. The findings of the TIS concluded that the traffic volumes generated by the development are within the volume guidelines for the residential street network. And while the Woodlawn-Baker intersection operates at near capacity at peak hours today, this development will contribute very low volumes to that intersection. Furthermore, the traffic dispersion from the site satisfies the requirements of HRM bylaw S300, which requires traffic to be directed to a street that carries a lesser amount of daily traffic. So in this circumstance, that would be Carver Street and the surrounding local roads. HRM Traffic Management and HRM Engineering have reviewed the analysis and have accepted its findings. I spoke to about landscaping and amenity space earlier. So the agreement requires amenity space to be provided at a rate of 9 square meters per dwelling unit, excluding private balconies. So this amenity space is to be provided as a mix of indoor and outdoor, and it must include an interior amenity room, a 5th floor rooftop patio, and then an outdoor space abutting Landrace Crescent Park. The agreement requires a well-designed amenity area in the northeast corner that's sympathetic and complementary to the abutting municipal park. The final landscaping provided on the property will result in vegetation surrounding the site, which will improve the aesthetics and provide a form of visual buffer along the internal property lines, thereby increasing privacy and compatibility with the abutting properties. In accordance with policy G14A of the Halifax Regional Plan, this planning application was also assessed against the objectives, policies, and actions of the priority plans of HRM, so inclusive of the Integrated Mobility Plan, the Halifax Green Network Plan, Halifax, and Halifax's Inclusive Economic Strategy. So in addition to the items listed in the staff report, the following policies and actions help inform staff's recommendation. And that's designating areas for higher density residential development where there is an existing or proposed high level of transit service, such as a proposed transit priority corridor, to support the development of walkable, affordable, transit-oriented communities. And this is Action 17 of the Integrated Mobility Plan. Integrating climate change implications into land use planning policies and process by reducing sprawl and efficiently using transportation systems. This is Action 23 of Halifax. And increasing housing stock to accommodate the growing population in Halifax. So this is under Strategic Objective 1.6 of Halifax's Inclusive Economic Strategy. So a quick summary of the key aspects of the proposal. So it's a single unit dwelling, will remain on Carver Street, and it'll be, if it can't remain as it is, it'll have to be redeveloped under the requirements of the R1 zone. A multiple unit residential building with ground floor commercial. A minimum of 40% of the units are to be 2+ bedroom units. A maximum height of 6 stories or 19.5 meters. Building massing, siting, and scale requirements within the DA to reduce the height and step the building back at certain locations. 2 vehicular access points, so a 2-way access off Carver Street and then a right in, right out off of Portland Street. Minimum parking ratio of 0.7 spaces per unit and a minimum amenity space of 9 square meters per unit. Non-substantive amendment. So a non-substantive amendment within a development agreement, it's a change to the agreement which could be made without a formal public hearing like we're having here tonight. So proposed, the non-substantive amendments for this agreement include changes to the landscaping requirements. So that perhaps could be including changing out different tree species. Changes to accommodate any alterations to the landscaping setbacks and driveway location required for Portland Street improvements. So as the Portland Street BRT plan comes in place and any changes need to happen that could affect the landscaping or the setbacks of the building or the driveway location, and this non-substantive would allow us to come back and readdress those. And then also an extension to the date of commencement and completion of development. So staff recommend that Harbour-East Marine Drive Community Council approve the proposed rezoning and development agreement as set out in the staff report dated December 9th, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of clarification? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dean, for the presentation. Appreciate it. Can you confirm, is there a study taking place on Portland Street from a transportation perspective? Could you explain what that is and how that might impact the what's being proposed?
Sure. So following the direction of the Integrated Mobility Plan and also the Rapid Transit Strategy, a functional plan is being written for the Portland Street Cold Harbor Road, and it's in the works. It's had, I think, a round of public consultation back in July 2022, but I followed up with staff prior to this meeting, and the project is currently on hold as their efforts are focusing on other projects within HRM, but the hope is that they'll restart that in the fall of this year, that functional plan.
And to clarify, for those of you who don't know what the functional plan is, they're looking at how cars and buses move on Portland Street? Do they look at active transportation? Do they look at bike lanes? Do they look at bus only lane? So they're really looking at, we all know how busy that street is, and that intersection by Baker Drive and all of that is extremely busy. So there are plans, they are looking at that. That's like, he didn't mention in his functional plan. I just want to make sure you're all aware of that. Could you explain the traffic study piece also and how that works? Who pays for it? How is it certified? You know, we have these presentations all the time, and sometimes people don't agree with the traffic study, but there's a stamp of approval from an engineer. Could you just explain how that works so everyone understands, please?
Absolutely, you did a lot there, but so the traffic studies are written by a certified professional engineer at the expense of the applicant. So they're submitted at the onset of the application, and they staff, HRM engineering and traffic evaluate that to ensure that it meets HRM policies. And if there's any revisions required, then there's some back and forth between the municipal engineers and then the traffic engineer that wrote the report until that everyone is in agreement on the findings of the TIS.
So thank you. And the last question I have, Madam Chair, if I may, can you speak about construction mitigation? And is there any blasting that's being proposed here?
I'm not, there's two, at the current moment, there's two levels of underground being proposed. I'm not sure if blasting will be required. The applicant may be able to answer that.
Yep.
But if there is blasting required, we do have the HRM blasting bylaw, which requires that any properties in the area be assessed before and after blasting to ensure no damage is resulted from the blasting. And if there is damage, then that would go through the developer's insurance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's my questions of clarification.
Okay, excellent. Any others? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you. Just a clarification in regards to the resident on 16 Carver Drive, that you're talking about it's going to be removed, not demolished, just moved and relocated on the property to make room for the driveway access?
Yes, that's owned by the property owner, and it could be relocated, but if it can't be relocated, meaning that if the building's too wide now to meet the setback requirements, then they'll have to alter it in some form. But yes, it could be relocated and it will remain there. Yeah.
And also with the recent changes we did to our policy of auxiliary suites and stuff, would they be allowed to put an auxiliary suite on the property for additional unit on the site, because we now allow for auxiliary units in residential zones?
Yes, a secondary suite or basement suite could be permitted in that R1 home on Carver Street. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Manzi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One more question for clarification. When we had the public information session, did the entrance to the site change from what was presented to us at the library at Woodlawn to what we're seeing tonight? The entrance is the same entrance, or has it changed?
No, it's the same entrance as been proposed from the get-go, and that's largely driven by our own bylaws, S300, which I spoke to, which requires traffic to be, if possible, to be dispersed to the lower volume streets. So staff are requiring that traffic not be put onto Portland, but rather the lower density streets. So that's
right in, right out type of thing.
That's the Portland bit, only for commercial.
Oh, commercial. I see.
There's actually a requirement in the agreement to have fencing in the parking lot to deter and eliminate the possibility of cut-throughs as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Any other questions of clarification? No? Okay. So we're going to now open the public hearing, and I'll call for the applicant. Yep, to come up and provide their presentation. So Rob LeBlanc of Fathom Studios.
All right, I emailed a PowerPoint version. I'm not sure whether it got in all right.
Yes, it did.
Okay, might mess with all the fonts in it, but we'll try it and see what it looks like. Great. Good.
Awesome.
Okay. Break on the glasses. 5 minutes or 10.
Okay, you have 10 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have 30 seconds left.
All right, that's great. Well, thanks everybody for coming out tonight, and thanks Dean for giving a good intro to the project. I'm going to try and fill in a few gaps, maybe answer a few questions. Dean's already talked about the site's current zoning, and the municipal planning strategy allows for a DA on the site so long as the DA requirements are followed. But just to give you a bit of context, we're looking here at both the regional plan in the top right corner that looks at kind of this area as a growth area. We're just outside of the center plan zone. So when we were looking at the site, we actually applied kind of corridor type zoning when the building was designed to provide step backs and setbacks and entries into the building. So although the existing land use bylaw doesn't require those things, we took our cues from the center plan. Below that as well is the transit priority corridor. And as councilors mentioned, this has been an ongoing study. I think it's started about 3 years ago. Part of the terms of reference of that study, on top of looking at the functional layout of the street, was to look at the zoning that adjoins these properties and to look at the potential for upzoning to create more density along this corridor. So this would be we were kind of hoping that functional plan would come in before our plan. It seems to have stalled, so we're the first one in through that process. And just lastly, the bus rapid transit strategy identifies the Portland corridor as one of the red corridors. And of course, through that, there's policies that have been established through that plan to look at creating additional density along these corridors, and in particular where the proposed transit stops are. And there's a transit stop right directly in front of this and another one directly across the street. So just a snapshot of this functional plan and kind of where it sits today. I think the hope is that we'll start up again very soon. And just lastly, the number of schools, quite often when you're looking at where density should go, you're looking for these bus transit corridors. You're looking for areas that have good access to active transportation. You're also looking for areas that have that are walkable within walking distance of shopping centers. Of course, the Atlantic Superstore and Sobeys are within a number of minutes walk from this site. And the number of schools. So there's quite a number. I can't read it from here going on memory. I think it's 11 schools that are in that kind of walkable circle. So we've got a 1 kilometer and a 2 kilometer circle. And so you see there's an awful lot of educational facilities that are close by. So here's our font problems, but the changes really from 2021 to 2022 to 2023 were the decrease in height from 8 stories down to 6 stories. There was increased setbacks along the rear yard, and there was also a step back that was added to the 4-story to provide additional distance for stories 5 and 6 from the rear residential areas. There's a few other minor changes. The question of the property on Carver Street, there was some discussion. We had the driveway right on the property line. We heard from the public that they wanted to preserve some of the trees along there, so we provided a 1 meter buffer along that edge to try and save some of those trees along the edge. And those are all reflected in the site plan. I think the applicant is talking about just simply moving the existing home, needs to move over a meter or 2, and that still meets the side yard and lot coverage requirements, so no problems there. Again, we've provided some additional rear yard setbacks to get into the 2 levels of parking garage, and some opaque fencing, additional landscaping. And as Dean mentioned, the 2 parking lots are really 2 separate. You can't drive through the right in, right out from Portland Street and get into. You have to come in through Carver Street, and likewise, you can't shortcut through here onto Portland Street. In speaking with the fire department, we need to make sure that those were collapsible bollards so that a fire truck needed to go through there, they could simply drive through the bollards, but the general public won't be allowed to shortcut. I won't get into the details of the plan. We've got somebody here from our architecture department that might want to talk about the details of the building itself. We've got some floor plans right from the P1 and P2 levels. The main ground floor level does have the opportunity for a small commercial use. I think it's under 1,500 square feet out front, so that could be a coffee shop for people waiting at the bus stop that's right in front of this, or it could be any number of uses. There's ground floor amenity space that's part of the building. We are trying to meet the center plan and amenity space requirements. And again, just some different elevations of the building from all four sides and how it relates to some of the site grades. You can see the top right-hand corner, that's stepping. We're stepping down with some retaining walls to get to the lower parking following some of the existing grades. And just a few views. There is a very extremely wide right-of-way here that HRM has retained in case it needs to have a right turn lane in the future, or some bus rapid transit pull by. There's lots of room out front for that HRM owns. And then again, looking at that right in, right out from Portland Street, looking at the corner, you can see the ground floor retail uses inset into the building. And then looking back kind of from the Carver Street side at the building and the rear step backs that's been added and the reduced height that's been accomplished as part of the changes. We heard at the last public meeting about the shadow impact. So this is a shadow study taking at equinox. That's September 21st, March 21st. Very slight impacts to the rear yards of the northern properties. But we also did an assessment to look at what if an as of right use was built. So this is a shadow study for a 35-foot high, which is allowed currently as of zoning with the required rear setbacks. And just clearly it provides a lot more shading than does this building with the setbacks that we've added. Just for a second, I'm going to pass it over to Roger, who's going to handle traffic, but this is just an elevation diagram. So the colors in red there are the lowest points. So that's Ellen Vale Run. The purple in the top left-hand corner is the high point. And you can really see a drainage swale that runs directly through this property and into the backyards of some of the people on Cathy Cross. All of these drainage issues will be able to resolve once the building is constructed. So I'm going to let Roger here talk about stormwater impacts, and we'll pass it over to him to handle traffic.
Sounds good. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be really quick on this. I suspect that we'll have some questions as we go forward, so I won't try and address the general things when I know we'll probably get into specifics. Certainly on the stormwater side, it's a fundamental requirement from an engineering perspective to handle that. We know there's existing some issues, and all those would absolutely be handled as we move forward through the detailed design process. There's some fairly clear drainage paths there that come across the property. So like I said, those are mandatorily handled as we go through the detailed process. The traffic study, HRM has guidelines for the preparation of traffic impact studies. We've done well over 100 of these throughout Atlantic Canada, large and small. We're certainly not here to say that this is a traffic-free zone. There is traffic here. The benefit to this site, certainly, there is traffic on Carver Street. We recognize that. We add somewhere in the range of about 17 or about 21 vehicles in the AM peak and about 33 vehicles in the PM peak. Bi-directional sets entering and exiting, which turns into sort of a few trips a minute type of thing. That integrates reasonably well into the existing traffic, and it certainly forms a very, very small portion of the traffic that's currently on Carver. If we go a little bit further down to the Woodlawn, for example, we've contribute about 0.03% of total traffic in those areas. So for the most part, this is traffic when we see a development like this that you're really not going to notice on the road network, given the volumes that are already there. One of the benefits here is that in many cases, you try and direct traffic towards a signalized intersection, and Carver Street does have that, and that's where we are taking traffic to. Clearly, there'll have to be a few adjustments on Carver Street with existing parking to respect the driveway location, but that would be very similar again to hundreds or thousands of locations across HRM. So I think at that stage, maybe I'll leave it at that. Maybe the one other The other quick piece there would be, of course, the right in, right out, which was done specifically to respect the operations on Portland Street. So was that the 30 seconds? I think I'll maybe leave it at that for this stage of it and probably be back up in a second. Rob, I don't know if you had anything else.
Okay, excellent.
Thank
Thank
you
you. Thank you very much. And do we have any questions of clarification? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the presentation. I have a handful of clarifying questions. Maybe since you finished up on traffic. So the traffic study was done during really the peak or the start of the pandemic, right? And so can you explain that? Because there's concerns that that wasn't real data, and that wasn't normal time. So can you explain what you've done to get us what you perceive to be a more accurate data?
Yeah, I think and granted, so a lot of studies were impacted in that stage where the pandemic was on. In many locations, we've seen from past traffics, we've seen traffic decrease in a lot of locations. We've seen an increase in other locations, and now we're starting to see the traffic come back to pre-pandemic. What we're seeing in a lot of places across HRM is it's not recovering to the stage it was pre-pandemic. So we're actually seeing volumes at in many locations now that are hovering somewhere around 2017, 2018 volumes. I'm not saying specifically that that's the case here, but we do have a certain recovery there. The volumes that what we've seen more recently, we've been out to the site a couple of times, seem to be the same level of queues, seem to be about the same that we had before. And based on what we're seeing through the signalization, we're not seeing a whole lot of difference in operational performance. It might be a little bit higher, it might be a little bit lower. I can't speak to exactly the numbers, but we're not seeing a mass increase of overall volumes on either Portland or on Carver Street.
So you're not basing your comments on traffic based on that one first time you looked at data. You looked at traffic since that initial time when we had the height of the pandemic.
We've been out to say, yeah,
Okay.
it's and again, we also went back historically and try to get a sense of what happens over time in those locations.
And while you're still up there, you alluded to stormwater, so that was a concern also at the Public Information Center. Can what exists now handle the stormwater? And so could you explain that a little more? You mentioned in your presentation, but you're looking to enhance that, I suspect. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the first level is what's around existing in the area in terms of pipes and ditches and swales and road. So when we look at that, certainly the capacity is there to handle the stormwater. Now, how it gets from point A to point B is a bit more of an issue. And certainly water is not necessarily going at locations, and we can speak to this too if I'm going off base here, but water's not necessarily getting from point A to point B in the way that we would like to see it either through a development or for residential neighborhoods. HRM has policies in place where say we have to balance quality and quantity of stormwater. So we have to take a very serious look at what's happening there right now,
Right.
and make sure it's one, absolutely no worse after. But often when we find situations like this where there may be water traveling across or going on to neighboring properties, trust me, developers do not want to revisit stormwater, so
Right.
they tend to go overboard in terms of.
So you, if necessary, you'll add more so that it won't impact neighboring properties.
That's right. We'll capture it all. We'll treat it. We'll store what we need to store on site through a variety of different means and certainly make sure it doesn't leave the property onto adjacent properties, because that's.
Great. Maybe a couple of questions for Mr. Blanc. The question I asked Dean, maybe you could speak to, is there going to be any blasting taking place?
We haven't done a geotech study yet, so we don't know where bedrock sits relative. We know that Ellenvale Run, typically along these areas, they tend to be alluvial areas, so there's some depth of topsoil, but that won't happen until the building permit stage to do the geotech.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you know if the applicant is considering any form of affordable housing on this project?
Maybe I'll let the applicant, if he wanted to address that. I'm not sure. Clark, if you wanted to touch that. Yeah, if you want
please.
to. Yeah.
Oh, if you come to the mic. Oh, he's way back there. Just scream, Clark. Yeah, okay. So, and in my comments later, folks, I'll clarify affordable housing, what we can enforce, what we can't. So, yeah, that's my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions of clarification? Nope. Okay, thank you
Great.
very much.
Thank you much.
Okay, Councillor Mancini, do you want to turn off your microphone there so there's no? Thank think so. Okay. So now we're going to open the floor for public participation for the public hearing. So speakers can participate for a maximum of 5 minutes. And we're going to ask that you please keep your comments respectful, on topic, and direct to the chair. The clerk will announce when you have 30 seconds remaining. Hopefully. Hopefully the clerk will announce. And when your time is complete for all speakers. After everyone on the list has been given an opportunity to speak, I will call 3 times to see if there are any additional speakers. So if you did not sign up for the list and you have a burning desire to speak, you'll be given an opportunity when everyone who has signed up has spoken. Okay, and before we go into this, clerk, have we received any additional correspondence for this particular one?
Yes, correspondence has been received for 10.1.1 and has been circulated to community council members.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, great. So I'll call out the 3 speakers at a time, and you can make your way up to the microphone up here if you would. And I'm sorry if I pronounce your names wrong. First, we have Edma Salam, Nancy Elliott, and Stephen Elliott. And if you could please state your name for the record and also the community in which you reside. Thank you.
Is this okay? Hi, I'm Edna. I am personally located on Cathy Cross Drive, and my property directly abuts the proposed build. I have a number of concerns with this build that I wanted to voice, but I've only got time for a few, so I'm going to try and prioritize. I'm going to begin by stating that this proposal is out of character for our neighborhood. Our current neighborhood is made up largely of single-family dwellings, mostly young families and elderly couples. It's within walking distance to both the elementary school, junior high, and Landrace Park. This area, our homes, are single-family dwellings. Again, we are young families, we are older couples, we are retirees, and working-class individuals. There are individuals who are disabled and many, many young children in this area who will become increasingly vulnerable to interference with increased foot traffic from Portland Street. Currently, we have a peaceful, quiet neighborhood that is safe for all of us. However, if this proposal is accepted, we wonder if it will be safe any longer. This build also puts increased burden on local traffic and places increased risk on local children and families walking in the area. Overall traffic throughout our subdivision and on Portland Street would multiply, not only increasing congestion and risk, but increasing commute times for anyone using Portland Street. This is in fact noted in the traffic report, stating that traffic in this area is nearing capacity as it stands. While on paper it appears the appropriate traffic assessment was completed, it occurred during the middle of a pandemic lockdown. No one was driving on those streets. I can attest because I live right beside them. Resulting in inaccurate observations about the viability of additional traffic. The 5-foot-tall privacy fence suggested by the building applicants will not compensate for several years' worth of building noise, construction dust, dirt, and construction lighting spreading directly into our backyards, and now the possibility of blasting as well. Nor will it actually provide any privacy whatsoever when asked to protect our single-family dwelling from a looming 6-story structure. While I appreciate the concessions that the builders made to decrease that, it's very minor when you look at the build. Those 3-story structures are still looming into our yards. We have a community garden that's located directly behind the proposed building site at Landrace Park, and Mr. Mancini has discussed bringing in chickens this next summer to support sustainability. I wonder what effect will the environment and noise pollution have on those creatures and the chickens that live in my backyard that were approved by the city. I would like to know how the city and builder plan to mitigate the environmental and noise pollution over several years of building and the impact on the surrounding environment. Perhaps the single largest concern is that of flooding related to the waterway that runs through the site of the proposed build and the changes in sun access that a 6-story build will cause in our yards. As myself and many of my neighbors have mentioned in the previous meeting, there is the potential for this build to create significant flooding issues both on Day Avenue and Cathy Cross Drive. As it stands currently, Halifax Water is frequently visiting our respective streets to unblock flooded public sewers. Our private yards on Day Avenue and Cathy Cross Drive are frequently flooding as a result. We've all experienced these issues as a result of the inability of the city sewers and drainage to manage runoff after storms and during melting season. Halifax Water has admitted in an email correspondence between myself and Mr. Mancini's office that the pumps at our local wastewater station have been unable to keep up with the level of water drainage in our neighborhood in cases of extreme weather and thaws. If mismanaged, the runoff from the proposed building will result in, at minimum, shaded and wet yards and more than likely significant flooding in adjacent homes. In addition, the proposed build will displace a large stream which runs through the wooded area behind Cathy Cross Drive, and current plans do not offer any detailed solution for how to avoid that local flooding. As their current proposal for runoff, drainage, and runoff runs through city land, I would stipulate that should the proposal be accepted by the city should be holding these developers absolutely accountable for completing a thorough survey and adequate drainage plan, or prepare for significant lawsuits that will result from flooded properties. Finally, I understand that housing is currently an issue in our city and province. However, alienating local residents and destroying the safety and peace of a quiet neighborhood full of vulnerable individuals in order to create luxury housing is not the answer. If there were affordable housing created with the purpose of decreasing the burden of homelessness in our city, my concerns would be different ones. However, currently in the city, after making calls to similar structures in Halifax and Dartmouth, large amounts of those similar luxury buildings remain open. In a time of increased energy costs, increased grocery costs, increased fuel costs, and much more, luxury housing is not the answer here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you, Nancy.
I'm Nancy Elliott, and I also live on Cathy Cross Drive. We are located directly behind the two properties of the planning case 23805. We purchased our bungalow 17 years ago with the understanding the property behind us is zoned for a single family dwelling, R1. And this year, this August, we'll have our mortgage paid off, which is an awesome accomplishment. Unfortunately, there are a variety of styles of homes around our area: bungalows, split entries, two-story homes, and duplexes. And I was very surprised by the planning department's report stating that this 6-story apartment building is compatible and consistent with adjacent uses and existing development form in the area in terms of use, bulk, and scale of the proposal. The report gives reference to a 6-story building on Bruce Street, but Bruce Street is almost a kilometer away and certainly not visible from the Say property. Phantom Studios application refers to a 5-story building on the corner of Portland Street and Portland Hills. They didn't mention it tonight, but it was on their written one that we read earlier. And when they're describing the building, it's almost as though they're saying that they're beside each other, but they're not. The properties are located over a kilometer away from each other, and you can certainly not see the buildings from the property. The proposal will transition down in height towards the low-density properties on my street, as well as Carver and Portland, from 6 stories to 3 or 4 stories, but the building will still be 6 stories with a 2-story underground parking garage. This vote is concerning the community I live in. I feel the report you may not know the area because there's a few facts that are incorrect. The report states that the site is well serviced by public transit with accessible transit stop immediately adjacent on Portland Street, which includes 4 routes. However, since November 2021, there's only 1 single route serviced there now. There is no longer a high school named after Prince Andrew. It is now Woodlawn High and has been since 2022. The shadow of this apartment will affect the community garden of Landrace Grace Park. It's swampy there now. Just imagine how wet it will be when we have no sun in the afternoon to soak up the water. Some of the homes in Cathy Cross Drive will be in the shadow of the building from November to March with only 2 hours of daylight per day. This is actually shown in the Phantom Studios proposals shade study, but not addressed in the planning development report. We are more than just Portland Street. Please consider all of Woodlawn, the homes on Carver, Elizabeth, Settle, Cathy Cross, Day, Walters, Patterson, Clifford, land race and beyond. This proposal is suggesting a large bulky apartment in an area of low density homes. Our area of our HRM includes R1 and R2 zoning, as shown on the map 2 of the zoning and notification area of the report. I would like you to vote against the proposed amendment to the land use bylaw for Dartmouth to rezone the properties from the R1 to R4, and therefore not approve the 6-story multi-unit building. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Steve Elliott. I'm Nancy's husband, and we live right behind the new development. Nancy and I should have talked before she spoke, because she said everything I wanted to say. I sent off a letter to the committee, and just like, you can say a low density, but when you see the pictures, those are like single story houses, right? There's some split level houses in behind on Cathy Cross, Carver Street, all single development. You can't, if you're not looking right at Portland Street, like it's a single family neighborhood. But reason I really want to talk about is the shadow study. Like the whole development, the proposal they have is just like their shadow study that they proposed here. They showed September 1 or September 21st shadow study. And then they put, this is what we could do if it was a 35-foot single development or single, what is it zoned for? Oh my soul, I forgot the word. Anyway, right up against, thank you, Aaron. So anyway, so we should be lucky that what they're doing is really what the shadow study is showing. But they don't show, what they didn't show was that in December, on the shortest days of the week, that we are going to get, I think, like 2 hours. Well, as Nancy's point said, it's 2 hours of sun, and that's at Henry's house, and that's at Hector and Shirley's house, Millie, and it's just like we're people and we live there, and it's just I wanted to get solar panels because we're paying off our house. I'm gonna do the right thing, but I can't now because I don't qualify because of the shadow study, and it's things like that. It's just like, God, it makes me mad. We used to live in the North End, and and then zoning changed, and they let a strip club go into the North End, and then it's just like, I packed up the kids and we left. Right, so we moved here, and it was great. We lived, both kids, 2 kids, my wife. They grew up here, and it's just like, man, like it's zoned. Like their whole plan is based on. Like they bought, I'm guessing, inexpensive land because it hasn't been developed for 20 years, and it's zoned R1. And like 20 years ago, somebody wanted to put a mall in there, and that got voted down. And then maybe they got the land cheap, and then they just made a study, and then just try to think it makes just make it as positive possible, but it doesn't belong there, and it's causing grief. And it's like, I'm just asking you to be strong and vote for the people that live there, and not somebody who wants to make money based on switching the zoning of a piece of land. That was his whole plan hinges on rezoning. It's a bad decision. Anyway, thanks. I hope you vote right.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. I'll call up the next 3 on the list: Tricia Todd, Beatrice Wilkins, and John Wilkins. And if you could kindly state your name and the community with which you reside. Thank you.
Sure thing. Good evening. My name is Tricia Todd, and I reside in Dartmouth. I'm not too far from this location. And I wanted to share that I am in favor of this project and what it has to offer, especially for those that cannot afford or have the ability to buy a house. Everyone should have the opportunity to live in a nice neighborhood. And I think this site is a perfect location due to the access to all the amenities within walking distance, especially for students and seniors who do not have their own vehicle for transportation, especially with the bus services. It allows them to get to where they need to go. And this site is just across the street from so many commercial offerings. For many students and seniors, the ability to walk to just about anything required makes it a lot easier, both on an individual perspective as well as a social perspective. Amenities such as the grocery store, a bank, a coffee shop, or even to visit an establishment for a bite to eat. It is really about choices, and we hear every day how people are having such a hard time finding places to live due to the lack of availability. And I have several stories of my own with my relatives. But new construction of buildings allows for more places to rent and provides opportunity and choices so that people are not left disadvantaged or without choices. In summary, I hope this application is approved as this site has so much to offer. A place to call home with the added bonus for any tenant to have as much available to them within a walking distance. And looking at the presentation that was shared today, I mean, when you look at the environment and everything that's around there, I think this building really fits. There's a lot of commercial, there's other buildings. It is a nice place, but yet you still have all the landscaping and everything around it. And for people to live in buildings too, it's cold when you have all these buildings everywhere and no parks or anything around it. So for these people or residents of this complex, they have the ability to walk through the residential areas and go for nice walks. And I really do see it as something that definitely fits in the area. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beatrice Wilkins. First of all, I want to thank you all you guys for your service. It's a rough job. I'm in favor of this project because we need more affordable housing, especially for seniors and others. This location has all amenities close and are at walking distance. People in this area, when they sell their properties, will have an opportunity to continue to live in the same community because of this project. We need more affordable housing because when the rent controls end, some people will not be able to afford the increases. A project like this would afford housing for quite a few people as compared to having single-family dwellings in the same location, which could happen. Change is hard, but it can be good, especially for people who need the change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is John Wilkins coming to the stand?
I sent in an email.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, we would have received that. Okay, the next three on the list, Corey Wilkins, Jamie Lynn Gillis, Jacqueline Todd.
Hi, I'm Corey Wilkins. I live in Cole Harbour. I believe it's well known to everyone here the state of the housing market right now. And as our population continues to grow, so does our need for housing. Right now in the current market, housing is unaffordable for the majority of my generation. Supplying more apartments like this project will not only help the battle, but allow local businesses to grow. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Lynn Gillis. I don't live in the area anymore, but I grew up in Woodlawn. I'm currently in St. Margaret's Bay, but a lot of my service area is Woodlawn. I'm a property manager and a realtor. So I have many clients in that area. And just to elaborate on the housing, recently, just yesterday morning, I posted a flat for rent and I had over 100 inquiries with less than 24 hours. We are in dire need of housing here. And when I think about that area specifically, I think about the last year in which we had 5 home sales of seniors that couldn't find any housing, and not even necessarily affordable housing. They are selling their homes and, they can enjoy a different type of living. So with that being said, today I'd like to talk about the importance of housing and more specifically rental for seniors. As our population ages, the need for quality housing for seniors becomes increasingly crucial. The number of seniors in the community is growing rapidly, and many are facing difficulties in finding affordable, safe, and comfortable homes that meet their unique needs. As we all know, seniors have different housing requirements than other age groups. They often need accessibility features like grab bars, water doorways, and ramps, which are indicative of newer developments. They also require community amenities that promote social interaction and support healthy aging, like fitness centers, walking trails, community rooms, and social activities. Senior housing provides a solution to these challenges. It offers opportunity to live independently, comfortably, and within the environment they currently live. So by selling their home in that area, they can still stay in an area that they are familiar with. Moreover, housing helps to alleviate the burden on healthcare and social services. So by staying in their environment close to the hospitals, it's likely they would require a lot of these services that are close by. In conclusion, with more available rentals for seniors, it would open up the housing market for first-time home buyers and newcomers that will be needed in the workforce as the HRM grows. Housing is a crucial component of our society infrastructure, providing safe, comfortable, and affordable homes. And we owe it to ourselves, our children, and parents to invest in these important resources and ensure that they're available for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jacqueline. I don't live in the community. However, all my family does. I am in favor and I do support this application for the multi-resident building. The reason I came tonight is to speak that we need more housing for seniors. My grandparents recently sold their home in this area and had a very tough time finding a new place to live, and were looking for over 9 months. They did end up moving into a place that was not what they wanted because it was all that was available. This new development is in place where there is a lot of amenities and accommodations for them, where there would be transport, and it would be very beneficial for them to have that, as there is walking distance and the grocery store and the bus stop right out front. I do support this claim. Thank you for listening to my view.
All right, thank you very much. The next three on the list are Crystal Himmelman-Lung, Kim Pylon, Deborah Burke.
Can you hear me okay? My name is Crystal Himmelman-Leung, and I live on Carver Street. I have submitted a lengthy email in April 2022 and another in March this month earlier, outlining lots of points. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm impressed that there's a lot of people here. I have lots of concerns, but I only have 5 minutes. So again, I'm going to try and zero in on a couple of things that I want to make sure I can clarify, because I did a lot of research, and a lot of the things that are in the presentation by the developers perhaps don't go into detail, or have given much more detail on other topics than these specific ones, because I didn't understand them myself. So the first is, I live at 14 Carver. So full disclosure, my husband Tony and I have lived there for a few years, chose it on purpose because of the R1 zoning that I checked prior to purchasing the property. The house next to us, 16 Carver, was owned by someone prior to this developer until not too long ago. I think it was 2021. And that piece of land, 16 Carver, that is the key to this proposal being approved and being possible. Portland Street can't support it. If it could, it might be a different story. I feel that the functional plan, the policies, the land use bylaws, municipal planning strategy, Portland Street corridor plan, et cetera, and staff report that was posted on the site. All of that, there are the words and the buzzwords and the things that are going on. But this is premature because Portland Street cannot support this growth. By redirecting it to Carver, it's been glossed over, but what is actually happening, the request has changed a couple of times, but my understanding from HRM planning last week is 16 Carver, which on this little sheet that everybody would have seen, that little blurb on Carver, that's what I'm talking about. We live right next door. So that piece of land is only about, it's less than 8,000 square feet, that lot, and it's R1. The big lot behind it, where the apartment will go, that's a separate lot. That's also R1. The proposed zoning change is for this 16, obviously the large portion, they want it to be R4. But the talk of 16 Carver was originally make it R4, but then it was leave it as R1 and we'll move the house and we'll make it look pretty because that's what the community wants. But what I didn't understand until last Thursday was this 8,000 square foot residential lot, they want to keep, I guess, 2/3, 3/4 of it as an R1 and have a house on it. That house will likely be moved closer to our home. The other piece of that lot, in order to enable this whole proposal with entrance and exits, that is proposed to be changed to an R4. So my question is, does everybody understand what's being asked here? Because what's being asked could happen to anybody here in their area. If R1 starts to get bought up on Portland, people on Day Street, same story could happen. The people on the south side of Day Street. It's an unrealistic request for zoning to take a home within, it's not at the end, it's in the middle of all single homes. The only thing about it that's interesting is it provides access to the larger lot. So I oppose the zoning of 16 Carver to be subdivided as it's been put forth recently. It's a subdivided lot, and I disagree with that on behalf of my husband and myself. It's not consistent, it's not compatible. All the words that you want to use, it is not consistent with the community. We're talking about 70 plus parking units. That's 70 plus cars, but it's also multiple drivers. And to say that there'll be 21 cars at peak time is difficult to fathom. May I ask for a few more moments? Oh, they're giving me their 5 minutes.
I'm so sorry. We can't do that.
So I oppose the zoning and the development agreement, and I wish I could have more time to tell you all, but that's how it goes.
Thank you.
Hi, the next person won't be up. I'm Kim. I live in the area, and for me, you probably had much better information than I do, but people, of course, talked about the parking and coming in and out of that driveway as well, and that's sort of what you were saying too. So, and also not understanding why you can come into Carver, or sorry, into the new building, right into the new building and right out of the building, which only gives you access to the stores, so I'm wondering why the residents can't access that as well. Because it will end up that they will come around and go Elizabeth Settler through my driveway just to get to Carver to go into that building as well. So I'm wondering why there can't be like some kind of gate with fobs or whatever. So no one's addressed that either. So thanks.
Thank you. And Deborah Burke.
Hi, so I own 657 Portland Street, which would be right next to the building. I guess my main concerns with this development is, as we see it as a small business right on the corner of Portland Street, we have an issue with people trying to stop at the lights, cutting in across 3 major lanes of traffic. So we, as a small business, are able to tell our clients, you are not allowed to do that. As a property, how is that going to be managed, I guess, because cutting across 2 lanes, because people will do it. My next concern is parking. It is very busy on Carver Street as it is. The stoplight, I mean, there's people, 4 or 5 cars that get through. With not being able to access off of Portland and cutting through Carver, how does that impact all the side streets, the people that live there? If you're coming through on Carver, everybody knows it's blocked off from Portland Street because that was a huge issue with cut through traffic way back when they blocked it off. So with Kim and I, our property, we have like an L-shaped driveway that goes from Portland to Carver. We already have an issue with people cutting through. So human nature, what are people going to do who live at this residence? They are going to cut through our driveway, which puts everybody at risk because people do it pretty quickly. They're not going to pass our residence, go to Elizabeth, down and back. So I guess if Portland Street can't handle it, how can Carver Street handle it? Is our concern. Thank you.
Oh, we have a question of clarification for you.
Ms. Burke, could you come back,
Ms.
please? I have a
Burke?
question.
Thank you.
So could you tell me what your business is, if you don't mind?
It's a spa.
The spa, okay, I know the building. And could you explain again the cutting across the 2 lanes of traffic, and you tell your clients not to do that? Could you explain
Because
that
there
again?
is no, you cannot turn left.
So they're coming
So
from
they're
one
coming
direction.
from downtown and cutting across the double lane,
Right.
which would be triple because of Superstore.
Right, and so how, what instructions do you give your clients?
You are
then?
not allowed to do that
But you're proposing that this could happen here.
with,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
So we can manage that because we know our clients. When we have clients who are booking, we tell them you have to come through the back way.
Okay, thank you for that. I
Yep.
appreciate it. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Next 3 on the list is Joe Perrault, Paul Gray, and Christine Marsh. Para. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to, Joe Perot, longtime resident of Dartmouth. I live in the North End. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I thought that both the HRM Planning Department and Fathom gave excellent proposals and explained in great detail what's going to be happening in the area. We're obviously in a little bit of a housing crunch here in HRM, and I think that housing is definitely needed. The fact that we're so close to schools, there's transportation provided, tons of amenities close by. I'm sure a lot of people can remember the Capitol store that used to sit on Portland Street, and that there was nothing in behind. Portland Hills wasn't there, Portland Estates wasn't there. And this is just the natural progress of things where we do need these types of developments and have housing for people. So I approve this. I'm in approval of this app. I don't approve it, but I'm in favor of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow.
Hi, my name is Christine Marsh. I live in the area and I oppose this development and rezoning. First off, their presentation, the bus stop is not in front of the location. It's actually up the road. We won't discuss how many people have been killed trying to get across Portland Street. And there's been no mention of any affordable housing with this development, let alone that the schools are at capacity. Us and the community have started an online petition. I don't know if it was submitted or not, but it's garnered over 500 signatures. So I would recommend that the staff not approve the rezoning of lot 16 on Carver Street.
Thank you. Okay, we have,
I missed, I did an Oscar moment there.
Oh,
Go
excellent.
run it.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Paul Gray. I'm a resident of HRM. I'm not a developer, but I do own individual houses, which I rent. And I guess this was the first year I really experienced the need for additional houses when one of my houses went vacant and I had put an application out. And I believe Jamie Lynn had indicated about the need and the number of applications I received. I put the ad out, I think it was on a Monday, and I had to take it down by Wednesday because I had over 50 applicants. And not even wanting to look at it, just wanted to send me a down payment, sight unseen, and they were from everywhere. So there's certainly a need for these units, and I'm just here to support the applicant. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. We have 2 more people signed up to speak tonight, and I cannot make out the handwriting of the first, so I'm going to say the letters that I think I can read here. M-A-R. Take that off. Oh, okay, wonderful. No worries. Okay, no worries. And then we have Mark Arnold, our last speaker signed up on the list. Yeah. Excellent. Hi. Great.
All right, I'm Mark Arnold, and I'm from Cole Harbour. I live just up the street from the project. I think we all know Halifax and Dartmouth is continuously growing and getting busier. I believe projects like this are what we need to accommodate the rising number of people coming and choosing to stay in the area. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Okay, so I'm going to open up the floor to anyone who would like to speak. Absolutely. If you could just state your name and where you reside, please.
Hello, my name is Amelie. I live actually at 12 Carver Street, so right in the middle of what's going on. I would like to say that my husband and I bought the house that we live in 2021, a couple months before the property at 16 was bought by the applicant. Had we known that this project was going to happen, we would not have bought the house there. Unfortunately, that was the only house for sale at the time we bought that we could visit without buying over $100,000 over asking price. We have a young child, a 1-year-old boy, who will be growing in the community. We're hoping to not endanger his life with the terrible amount of traffic there is on Carver Street. With the traffic study that I noticed online, it dates from 2018, which is way before the pandemic and everything that's been going on since then. The traffic has been terrible since the pandemic, since we moved in 2021. Also, I would like to address the fact that Carver Street is a 2-way street. And I would say 99% of the traffic coming through on Carver Street treats it as a 1-way street and drive on the left-hand side of the road most of the time. So for us residents, trying to get out of our driveway is dangerous. We try to cross the street to go to our mailbox. It's dangerous because people come in at 50 kilometers per hour just to get to the light that lasts 3 seconds for the green. And to address the fact that the whole walking distance thing, my husband and I, we do it most of the days. It's not that close. To go to the grocery store walking is not that fun. So yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello, my name is
Hello.
Tony Leung. I live at 14 Carver Street.
and I want to say I oppose this development. As mentioned many times, the proposed development doesn't address affordable housing. There's been no commitment by the developer to address this. He said he's going to think about it. Another situation is that many instances we see emergency vehicles coming down Carver Street. With this development, it will slow down the access to emergencies. Thank you very much. I oppose this development.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak? Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name's Natasha. I've lived in the area most of my life. I work at the business Spa Solutions, which is maintained a small house structure to fit in with the residents. Currently, the traffic is at high volumes. It has increased drastically since COVID. Measures have been reduced, especially with our increase in population in our city and our decrease in bus schedule. The buses are now no longer running as they used to when we had less of a population. We don't have the parking either on the street. The developer has decided to build a building and not enough parking spaces, if you look in the report. So that means people will be parking on the street, and already we're at full capacity almost. I'm parking at the end of the street almost some days. It's not a good situation for traffic at all. You would have to widen the streets on Portland Street in order to allow access for turning vehicles. There's a lot of things that the developer was very vague on, as far as clarifying with the affordable housing. Any questions that were a concern, he's been vague, no commitment whatsoever. I oppose this very strongly, and I hope you guys take this into consideration and think hard on your decision today. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yeah, come on up.
Hi, my name is Brent Graham. Grew up in the area, played on the streets they're talking about. Remember when Portland Estates was a pig farm? You know, like things, they're not popular, but they have to change. We simply need the infrastructure, right? If we don't move forward with the infrastructure, that's why we're in the mess we're in. We don't have enough houses for the people that are coming, and we can't build them fast enough to put them in it. Anyway, support the.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? No, I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, you're welcome to come speak.
He's the applicant, so he can speak and respond to
Oh,
questions.
if you're allowed to respond to all of this when everyone else is finished. So if you want to wait to see if anyone else wants to come up, and then you can respond. Is there anyone else? Sure, come on up.
Hi, my name is Callum Thompson. I'm a resident of Harbour-East. I live at 18 Carver Street. I want to say that I want to start by saying that I'm deeply conflicted on this proposal, although begrudgingly I am opposed. On the one hand, the city needs housing. That's a fact. I can't argue against it. On the other hand, it will be difficult for me as a homeowner to deal with the project over the next couple of years. However, my main gripe at the moment is that right now the average price of a single bedroom apartment in Halifax is $1,987 a month. I have a bachelor's degree. I have a good paying job. I would not qualify to rent that average apartment. Is there any guarantee that these brand new apartments would fall under that average? and would then therefore be eligible for people who are retired and on low income or fixed income. Surely the only thing that we've heard so far from the developer is that they are considering it. No guarantees. So for those of you who are hoping to move in as a retired person or on low income, you may not want to hold your breath. So please, if you would, please stipulate a minimum number of affordable units. That would be great.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Anyone else who would like to speak? And one more time, anyone else? Okay, I think we have, yep, you are. Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing. Yep, we're good with that. Yep, and you are welcome to respond.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Clark Wilkinson. I am the developer of this potential project. I've lived in this area for over 40 years. I've completed several major developments throughout Halifax, Dartmouth, and the Valley. Some of more recent developments are in Dartmouth, 842 Portland Street, 197 Portland Street, 670 Portland Hills Drive, 26 Pleasant Street. I take great pride in the developments that I'm a part of. They're not all done with maximum financial gain in mind. I want to be proud of what I create. I think I bring quality to the developments I do. I won't speak much about the untruths of the online petition that have been going around, nor the traffic or shadows. I leave that part to the professionals. I'd like to briefly talk about the negative power of social media. I had a conversation with a gentleman that signed the petition. I reached out to him and I asked him, do you know all the facts regarding housing and the need for more quality housing, especially for our seniors? His response was, no, for me, it's a matter of being able to turn left into the superstore from Portland Street. If you can solve that issue, I'll support your project. That's what we deal with social media and the public when it comes to DA applications. As counselors, I know you all are elected and have a job to do and listen to the people that elect you. But the majority of who have elected you aren't the ones that are signing these petitions. What we need to focus on are two groups. First, our seniors, then our up and coming youth that will hopefully lead us in a better place than where we are now for housing. I want to share a scenario with you about affordable housing, as everyone has their opinions. But we can all agree we need housing. Consider your mother, your father, your grandfather, your elderly brother, your sister. They own a home in this neighborhood. Most homes in this neighborhood are in need of repair, maintenance. Also, I'd like you to consider the property taxes. We all know they're going up. Power bills, 10% increase. The price of oil is crazy. If you can find a contractor to do any necessary repairs, the price of contracting has tripled over the last 3 years. Also, I'd like you to consider, let this sink in. The average home price in that area is $490,700. So for an elderly relative that owns one of those homes in this area, they could sell that home for the average $490,700, invest that money at a modest return, 6%. That equals $29,400 a year, $2,543 a month. The average two-bedroom rents in this building, if it's approved, are predicted to be less than that $2,500 a month. So that elderly person could sell that home and have a surplus of money off their invested when they sell the home. It gets better than that. Not only will this building help house seniors at affordable rent, in my opinion, but it also creates inventory for the younger people that'll need homes. The next up and coming project in Dartmouth for these younger people to be able to buy a home is off the Waverly Road. I'm told entry-level homes on that road and the new subdivision will be $1 million starting off. Our young people can't afford $1 million home. They can afford the $490,700, hopefully, that the seniors in this area will move out of and move into this building. Last, we have the location. Any planner in this country will tell you multi-residential sits well on a major artery with rapid transportation, close to grocery, close to medical, close to libraries. This site has all that. You walk out the front door, you have a bus stop, maybe not out the front, maybe a couple meters away, but you have a bus stop. You have the Metrolink, get you to Halifax in 15 minutes. You have the superstore. You have a bank, you have a medical clinic, a gym, a library. There is no better infill location for multi-residential in Dartmouth right now than this site. I hope as councillors, you'll see the merit in everyone that spoke in favor and sent emails in favor of this development and overlook some of the same complaints you hear on every DA application, the traffic, the shadows. I get it. People are entitled to it, but it's the same concerns on every DA application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Public hearing is now closed. Does anyone, yep, go ahead, Councillor Mansky.
I'll put the motion on the floor, then we'll open it up for discussion and debate. That the Harbour-East Marine Drive Council, one, adopt the amendment to the land use bylaw for Dartmouth as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated December 9th, 2022. And two, provisionally approve the proposed development agreement, which shall be substantially of the same form as set out in attachment B of the staff report dated December 9th, 2022. And three, require the development agreement be signed by the property owner with 120 days or any extension thereof granted by council on request of the property owner from the date of final approval by council and any other bodies as necessary, including applicable appeal periods, which is later. Otherwise, this approval will be void and obligations arising hereunder shall be at an end. So moved. So thank you, Councillor Kent. Thank you, everyone, who spoke this evening. I have a number of questions. I'm trying to, for those of you that just spoke, some of you had questions, and it's not a back and forth, so I'm going to try to ask some of these questions that you asked to staff. So, Dina, you wouldn't mind coming up? So you have some comments, and I have some questions that the residents have brought up, and then I'll probably end my time, then come back again to close, if that's okay. Could you talk about the construction mitigation, how that works? We talked about blasting, or whether they're not going to blast, but how do we make sure the properties nearby are concerned about dust and things of that sort? So I'm going to go through the points, and maybe you could jot them down. The one lady who owns the business, the spa business, talked about residents cutting from Portland right in and right out. Again, it goes back to the functional plan. So maybe you could speak to that. Cutting across the two lanes of traffic she talked about. Why can't they use the gates? That was the question she was asking about. So you talked about we're putting up the bollards and the fire trucks can go over top of it. Is there a possibility of a gate going up with a fob for the local residents so they can use that? Is that a doable thing? So if you could speak to that. The bus decrease in schedule is all over the municipality. That they're all coming back, that schedule. So any lack of schedules for transit, we're coming back and hopefully increasing. And the affordable housing unit. So where it stands right now, we cannot dictate to any development that stands today that they need to add affordable housing. We've asked for that permission. It's called inclusionary zoning from the province. They've given it to us about 8-9 months ago, and we're getting a report back in hopefully soon on that, so that we do have that ability. But unfortunately for this property, we don't. I truly hope if this is approved, we don't know if it's going to be approved yet, that the applicant will really look into affordable housing, because we do need that. So those are a couple of comments, and just answer those questions while my time is still going.
Sure, absolutely. Through you, Councillor, through you, Madam Chair, to the Councillor. I'll start with the construction mitigation plan. So it's a CMP. This is required for any multi-unit construction, and it's a plan that outlines the potential impacts of a development for traffic, noise, and dust, and identifies potential mitigation efforts that the applicant can do for the construction. And it's a plan that they write and they submit to the municipality for approval. But also part of the process is another town hall meeting where the developer meets with the public to talk about the plan to ensure everyone's on board with it. So that's the CMP. The cut through. So it's a difficult one, because if we remove Portland Street and its capacity issues from our minds, if this development or anywhere else, a requirement to go from the street to a lesser volume street would be applied. So Larry Utech, Pleasant Street, anywhere in HRM, this still would apply. So that's the driver behind pushing the traffic to Carver Street. And the bollards are there to eliminate the people cutting through for the right in, right out. It's a 1,400 square foot commercial space, so it's anticipated to generate small traffic amounts. We start adding in those units as more and more people trying to do that right in, right out. Equally would result in more and more people trying to cut through across 3 lanes of traffic. So the safest way is to get the people off the site onto the local roads and to an intersection where they can exit and enter into the road network from there. So the bollards are there largely because of our own bylaws for directing traffic.
How much time left? Still time? Do I still have time
Yeah,
left?
you do.
Could you speak to the concerning of flooding issues? I know when the applicant came forward, the engineer spoke about that. Could you speak to that, please?
Absolutely. So part of every application too is a detailed design. Not at this point. It's more high level at this point, but a detailed design when they started getting into the construction. They do a survey. They have to provide a stormwater management plan that illustrates and demonstrates that the water flow off the site post-development is not more than it is today. And often when they go in and engineer the stormwater, it makes the situation better because they're engineering it. So and as the applicant said too, sometimes they like to over-engineer just to ensure that it satisfies that requirement. So this is a requirement not now at this application, so I don't have the details on that stormwater management plan, but it is a process. It's required of every process, and it's required of permitting that they submit that plan.
And if flooding did occur after this project, then that's the responsibility of Halifax Water to correct that. Is that correct, or the applicant?
Well, it depends on if it's a failure of the system or if the water, like the number one rule is you don't direct water off your property onto someone else's. Right. Put it onto the municipal system. So they'd have to investigate the cause of it. But
my last comment, if I may. So for the folks that are living nearby Landrace Park, you may not be aware of this. Halifax Water are going to be daylighting Ellenvale Run through Landrace Park, just so right in front of the community garden. So there's water that Ellenvale Run runs underneath. So we were on site there recently. So for the next couple of years, that project will start. So like the rest of Ellenvale Run, and so that also may assist with any of the water issues. So thank you. I'll come back to close.
Of course, yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Ken.
We're in debate now. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So these are always difficult decisions. Nope, not for you. I'm just going to offer up my position and my rationale. So they're difficult because we don't want to create hardship or a sense of loss of community and such in our neighborhoods. But what weighs heavily for me in this decision is a couple of things. One is the blatant and undeniable access to housing in our city. It's not uncommon around the world actually right now, I think, but every single day, we get concerns from residents who are not able to access housing, have lost rent evictions, have lost the capacity to pay the costs of rentals and or purchasing. There's no housing stock to be purchased at a reasonable rate anymore. The young people that were in the room tonight who spoke to that, those are the generation that need us to make these tough decisions on behalf of not just the community that is impacted, but on behalf of the entire city. The number of senior citizens who have contacted me is heartbreaking of how they are losing access to, 20-year apartments. And that's real out there. It's real. It's happening. And where are they going? These are people who have paved the way for all of us. And they were able to live through and adjust to development and growth in our city. We can't ignore that. I hope that the proponent would consider that the nature of that. He spoke to it. It still sounds pricey, but it's the reality is that cost of delivery of housing, the cost of the provision of and accessing labor, and the cost of delays because of the lack of construction capacity right now is very, very real. Yet we still have developers, and I, I don't think I'm wrong. This is not a super large development project for it compared to some that we're seeing. So I'm going to vote in favor of it. I think it is. I haven't. The other part of this is I have not heard enough from residents that give me a sense that we have the capacity within our regulatory requirements to deny this particular project. In some cases, we do. And councillors will weigh in on those, in particular those councillors that are within the district. I happen to, Councillor Mancini, this is in his district, and I am the councillor on the other adjacent side. So, and I'm certainly not oblivious to Portland Street functional plan. And I don't know how much time I have left, Madam Chair, but any sense of it? Okay, so the Portland Street functional plan, the good news is that's on the table. The good news is that whatever impacts might come about from a project like this, the future holds some potential solutions, and that is better than in some communities. So I'm certainly cognizant of the concerns that the residents in those particular areas have concerns about, and I think that we have a developer here that already has made some adjustments and potentially could as they go forward. That doesn't, just because it's not in the development agreement tonight doesn't mean there can't be dialogue going forward on projects like that with residents who are in the area being impacted. So I'll be voting in favor of this one tonight, Madam Chair. Thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Hensey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll be voting in support of the application. I think a lot of the things that were said about this being a Portland Street, Pull Harbor Road corridor is very important in regards to the new density we're looking at for our corridors. I think you're going to see a lot more transformation, a lot more of the neighborhoods that have these corridors in them. We're seeing them on Main Street. We're seeing them on the 207 highway. Hopefully see them more on the number 7 highway as we go forward into Westfall. We'll see them elsewhere in the western part of Halifax. We're seeing it now on Pimple Road. We're seeing it on Roby Street. We're seeing it on Yonge Street. All the single-family dwellings that used to be there are now being replaced with high-rises and stuff. Not to the scale that this was being proposed. This was going to be only 6 stories, unlike the ones in Halifax, or 20+ stories. So we're not looking at that situation here. I'm somewhat concerned about the stormwater management plan. I'm hoping that the designers take all those things into account, because with the Ellen Vale Run there's an opportunity we can look at some natural discharge into the Ellen Vale Run, but we want to make sure that the stormwater systems in the area are working adequately. We heard the complaints of the residents that some of the systems are not working as they're supposed to. There's been some periodical flooding. I don't know if it's because of the storm sewers being jammed up with debris or freezing up. I don't know what the case may be, but I think that the systems need to be analyzed carefully to make sure the systems work as they're supposed to and intended to. But I'm sure the applicant will be taking all those into consideration. They talked about retention of some of the excessive stormwater that may occur from time to time, and then have an orderly discharge at a later time. Those are great ideas. Let's hopefully those ideas will come into fruition through this development, and I'll be in support of it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hensby, do you have anything more? Nope.
I'll close, Madam Chair. Thank
Sure.
you. So once again, thank you for coming out this evening. Our job this evening is to listen to our professionals on staff, their opinion, what their recommendation is. Our job is to listen to the applicant and what they're proposing and their consultants. Our job is to listen to you, the residents that live in the area, and those that don't live in the area. We need to step back and say, what's the right thing for the community? What's the right thing for the municipality overall? We had the public information session at the Woodlawn. It was well attended. Many of you were there, and I heard many of the concerns at that point in time. And the purpose of the public meeting was for our staff and for the applicant to hear your concerns. And so today we see a lot of things. They reduced in height, from 8 down to 6, the larger setbacks, so stay away from homes on Cathy Drive, the entrances, the shadowing, the traffic calming that's already in place, more landscaping. So we have these types of sessions all the time where we have a public information session and then we come back and nothing has changed. I give credit to the applicant and the consultants they hired that they listened and changed a number of items. We heard the public information. I saw the petition that was online. I received many emails against this project, calls against this project. I also see many emails in favor of it, as we even heard here this evening. Let's take a look and assess where we are in our municipality and the growth. We're one of the #1 fastest growing municipalities in the country. And that's done strategically. It wasn't that long ago that our young people were leaving our municipality. They're coming back now. We have growth like we've never seen before, maybe faster than we expected. That was a strategy to bring the growth back and bring our young people back. And we're seeing that growth now. The challenge is we're growing so quickly, we're behind on units. And we need all kinds of units. Yes, we need lots of affordable housing units. And yes, we need all kinds of units. We need units that people that make less money than me, and we need units for people that make more money than me. We need just simply more units. And I understand those of you that are opposed to it, live right next to it. I look at your eyes right now, your face. I understand the hardship on your home. Your home, the couple that talked about just paying off their mortgage. I mean, that's an amazing accomplishment. But I understand that hardship. It's a change. It's not the same place when you start it. Change is tough. And I know where I live, Waverly Road, right across the street from my home is the Port Wallis development. 4,900 units, 10,000 people, 4 entrances just off of Waverly Road, 1 directly across the street from my house. It's going to change my landscape too. But we need to have housing. And we need to make sure it's not any housing. There's lots of applications that come to staff that we don't even see. And we have to make sure if we're going to deny an application, that that application can survive an appeal. And so we're in a situation where we need this housing. I understand it's going to cause hardship. I hope truly that if this is approved, that the applicant continues to work with you and your concerns and is creative. So I will be supporting the application. I do ask a point of clarification to the solicitor. There's not because we're down 1 person, so we have 4 people rather than 5 here. If it's a tie, what happens for the motion on the floor?
Councillor, a tie is a negative vote.
So if we vote and it's a tie, that means the motion is denied, correct? All right. So thank you very much. I will be supporting the motion on the floor for those reasons that I mentioned. Madam Chair.
So can someone call for the question? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
We should take a 5-minute break.
We're going to take a 5-minute break and then come back with the Loon Lake development public hearing.
I thought it was in this
Oh, yeah.
That's why I was a little thrown off. Why is he? Oh, see. You see something
Hey,
in
no
their eyes
problem.
over
I'll
there?
help you out with legal stuff anytime.
Yeah.
It's been flicking on and on. I wrote April an email. We were in here on the 22nd. No issues whatsoever. The PDF thing was totally. I'm like, actually, know what I'm talking about? He said he had a problem the last time he was at Northwest, and he sent through, and it was a PDF from Cesar. So maybe we need to be getting PowerPoints. We've always asked for that too, because if you're right, I'm happy with both. Anyways, I was able to convert. It's
Yeah, but you don't need to be doing that on the fly, right? No, no, it really shouldn't be doing that. So when you guys reach out to the applicants, it's gonna have to be, I need both, or get one and convert it or whatever.
Right.
I just get them to send
That's a
both. Because if you
conversation
convert it,
I'll
you'll
have with my
lose.
LAs too on
Yes, that's what I was
Thursday.
thinking.
And they're like, we didn't know this. I'm like,
Well, now we do.
we tested, but there's things that we don't test because we don't know to test until there's a known cost. Anyway, we are good.
Good job.
So, thank you
I
for
think
being
so.
able to convert that.
I apologize.
You may have some formatting
Things that you weren't aware, and of course you're looking at me like I somehow have foresight to know this stuff.
So it still looks the same, like it didn't like.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. We're good.
You might lose
Look
some
at my blood
formatting,
pressure
like,
went a little,
it'll
you
do
know.
for
Yeah, that's all right. So thanks for doing
I
it.
wrote my boss, I'm like, I'm
We had a
handling it
guy,
very professionally.
Someone in my office, he left, he ran back into the office to trade a PowerPoint.
Try and-
And then we got your email and then I texted back, I said, so
Never
we're all
mind,
good
send
now.
down.
Listen back.
Because now I need you over here. You guys can find.
No, we are good. We've managed to get all of them converted from PDF to PowerPoint. Yeah.
Well, clear everything.
I'm reading this now.
Yeah, that was the big one.
Well, it's not even just that. It was just like,
And now it's a good house. No, don't do this. Not ready. And now we need to do this. If he happens, right? His face, he's working.
do you want to do it?
No, he'll be fine. But he said he was getting hot and I'm doing juicy and stuff. That's why I got. Yeah, that's right. So I'm like, no, I left. I was carrying. I had a candy bar open. I went out and I walked around and found him. It wasn't outside. It's the heat.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I
Did
get
you
it.
go out and get any water or anything?
Took a walk
Yeah.
around. It's remarkably cooler out there. It's scorching hot here comparatively. And you can't open the doors because then you get every hooligan screaming their mother's name. And
Okay, we are ready to resume, and look at that, the room has cleared out. So you all in the back row are welcome to come up to the front, just saying. We are doing, now we're moving on to the public hearing, case 23052, amending development agreement for Loon Lake Westfall. So thank you for joining us today for another public hearing. The process will start with a staff presentation and questions of clarification from members to staff. And then the applicant will be given an opportunity to present, and then we will go to the public hearing. So we have Daryl Jodry here to present the staff presentation. Welcome. And uh-oh, we've lost the feed. All right, Mr. Jodry, and your mic as well. Is there a button on the bottom there? Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Can we enlarge the slide, Krista?
I think you messed with it.
This is the wrong public hearing. Yeah.
Sorry.
So you, this little, there you go.
Oh.
And then this one can move this way. Go to the next slide if you want.
Who's giving you a hard time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The public hearing that I have this evening is case 23052, which is the substantive amendment amending development agreement for Loon View Lane in Westfall. The applicant for this proposal is Quest Capital Incorporated. The location is Loon View Lane in Westfall. The proposal is for a 300-unit 7-story building with 200 underground parking spaces and a 300-unit 6-story building with 100 underground parking spaces. The existing 4-unit townhouse structure will be retained. Additional lands for a total area of 12.99 acres will be added to the agreement, and the extension of commencement and completion times has been requested. The image on the on the right-hand side of the slide is known as Building B, and this is the 6-story structure on the site, and the other building is to the Building A is to the right of it. This slide shows the site context, both in the surrounding area. The image on the slide to the left-hand side, the site is shown at the foot of Loon Lake within the red circle, and the development pattern of surrounding Dartmouth is visible in the blue streets. The image on the right-hand side of the slide is a close-up view of the site, and the site boundaries are shown in red. This image is a view towards the site from Highway 7 at Loon View Lane, showing the existing townhouse, which is to the right of center, and the driveway into the driveway at the right-hand side of the slide is Loon View Lane. This image is a view towards the site, showing the slight rise to the northwest behind the commercial uses at Highway number 7. This image is a view towards the site from Highway 7 near the access to the added lands at 613 Highway 7. And perhaps a lot of you remember this is where the old Baisley bowling alley used to be. There are several documents that the planning policy is taken from in an application such as this. The regional municipal planning strategy and the regional subdivision bylaw guide where population growth and the investment of services such as transit, piped water, and sewer should occur. Also, we have community plans. In this case, it is the Cole Harbour Westfall plan, and this outlines where and how different types of development may occur. It allows for this application to be made. Particular uses may not be permitted in some areas, and other uses may only be allowed by going to council for approval and getting feedback from the community. Also, the community documents include the land use bylaws, in this case, the Cole Harbour Westfall land use bylaw. This specifies what can be approved without going to council and seeking feedback from the public. Continuing with the policy and bylaw overview, this site has municipal sewer and water. The current zone on the lands is a C4 or highway commercial. The designation under the municipal planning strategy is highway commercial. The existing use of the lands is vacant except for the 4-unit townhouse and the stormwater management retention pond, which was built under the existing agreement. The enabling policy to allow consideration of this application is HC10. This is a flow diagram of the planning process as it applies to this application. Once the application is complete, it is sent out for a detailed staff review, which includes HRM staff and also some external reviewers. As in this case, it went to Nova Scotia Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal. Public engagement is held. The staff report is prepared and forwarded to Harbour-East Marine Drive Community Council. A notice of motion is given to set the date for a public hearing. And after the public hearing decision is made, there's a 14-day appeal period to the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board. And once the appeal is over, and if it decides in the favor of the applicant, they may apply for permits. This is the landscape plan that forms one of the schedules for the development agreement, for the amending agreement. It shows Loomview Lane coming in from Highway 7 in past the existing townhouse to the parking in front of Building A. Building A is looking towards his position to look out over Loon Lake, and it is sort of an E-shaped building on a platform, and below that the trail which goes through the buffer, the retention zone along the lake. There is a landscaped courtyard and some rainwater management facilities. Building B is located on the new lands that were acquired under this agreement. And next to that is the parking, the exterior parking for that building, which is then linked back to Highway 7 with a right-in, right-out traffic solution. Continuing to look at the proposal, this is an aerial view of the proposed development massing and layout, showing the buildings in relationship to the parking and to the lake and to the retained buffer along the edge of the lake. The townhousing that was agreed to in the original development agreement will no longer be developed. Policy consideration under the Cole Harbour Westfall Municipal Planning Strategy. As I said, the enabling policy was HC10. This mixed residential development policy requires council to consider the following in rendering their decision on an amending development agreement. To consider the design, height, bulk, and scale of the proposal. What is the compatibility with adjacent residential development? To look at the integrating and buffering of the land use, of the proposed use. What is the impact on the local road network? How is the pedestrian access to public streets? What's the environmental protection situation? And what is the how is the vehicular access to Lake Loon minimized? The public engagement for this application was consultation achieved through, achieved through a mail-out notification with a brief survey. The feedback from the community generally included the following. Increased traffic volume will impact Highway 7 flow, create longer queues. The apartment development won't work in this location, should be parkland. A residential development is preferred to commercial. However, townhouses are preferred over apartments. And there were concerns about the impact on lake health from increased use of motorboats and runoff from the parking lots. There were 116 notifications mailed out to residents. There were 7 individual contacts in the form of phone calls and emails, and the webpage views of active planning applications had 281 unique views. In response to the consultation, the parking was reduced in terms of the number of surface parking spaces. The buffer planting was increased with screening planting near the buildings. And in terms of stormwater management, the efforts meet and exceed HRM requirements. In summary, the key aspects of the proposal are additional lands to be covered under the existing agreement for a total land area of 12.99 acres. The deletion of agreement provisions allowing the townhouses beyond the previously completed 4-unit townhouse building. It allows for additional units in medium-rise buildings while maintaining the approved height. Provision for ground floor local commercial up to 15,000 square feet in each building. An additional 335 parking spaces for a total of 540 spaces. 300 spaces will be underground and the remainder are surface parking. And extension of timelines for commencement and completion of development. There are several non-substantive amendments with this amending agreement. A non-substantive amendment is a change to the agreement that could be made without a formal public hearing, and instead council may authorize this change by resolution. As proposed, the non-substantive amendments within this amending agreement include the following: changes to landscaping requirements in section 3.7 and the associated schedules to this agreement, changes to architectural requirements that do not impact the massing of the building, changes to sign requirements, and commencement and completion times. Staff recommend that Harbour-East Marine Drive Community Council approve the proposed amending development agreement as set out in Attachment A of the staff report dated January 30th, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of clarification? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you much, Madam Chair. In regards to, I understand there is an existing right-of-way easement associated with this property. Could you tell me how that's being addressed by this application?
Madam Chair, through you to the councillor, the easement that travels from Highway 7 on the access to the old Budovich property at 613 is the same easement that was put in place in the deed, and it is a granted easement across these lands and hasn't been altered from what was in the deed.
So is the plan is to allow that easement to stay as it is designed, or they're looking at modifying the parking lot to provide another access point through their parking lot? Because I've seen two different designs. One has a separate easement as it currently is, as provided in their deed, but I've also seen another design where it shows a parking lot connecting to the right-of-way access.
Right. The applicant is working on this, and I believe that he would be better at addressing it because I haven't been brought up to date. This is a very recent development.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. Do you want to take the chair?
Also in the chair, Madam Chair, Vice Chair now in charge. You have the floor, Councillor Purdy.
All right, thank you very much. Questions about the wastewater and the storm water runoff plans. And when I called you with questions of concern from a constituent, you gave me so much more information than was written in the development agreement. So I'm wondering, why aren't these pieces of information that are so helpful to know in the development agreement? Secondly, on that, you mentioned in your presentation, and you said when we were speaking that the stormwater management and drainage, what they were proposing exceeds the HRM requirements. So I was wondering if you could kind of elaborate on that. How do they exceed the HRM requirements? What are they planning to do? And the setback, because lake health is really, really important. And that's where these concerns are deriving from. Like, how is this development going to protect the lake health moving forward? So the setback standard of the building from the lake can you explain that standard? How old is it? Like, is it ancient? Is it an old policy? How does that work with this development, and how will that impact the lake?
Madam Chair, I'll start with the lake buffer, the 20-meter setback from the lake. There were varying setbacks before the regional plan was approved. And the regional plan in the environmental policies, I believe it's E16, establishes a consistent 20-meter setback within the municipality in all the land use bylaws. And that's how it's enforced, is through the land use bylaw. And this 20 meters is deemed sufficient. But in areas where there is a contiguous water course or a steep slope, the buffer extends around the water course or the steep slope for the same 20 meters as is required on the lake shore. So it doesn't just run over, say if there's a stream or something coming into the lake. It includes that stream within the same setback as the lake.
Is there a requirement for a building size for that? Like, so the bigger the building, the larger the setback?
No, there isn't. And there are, under E17, there are certain structures permitted within the buffer, and ramps and wharfs, small things such as gazebos, trails, and other structures are permitted within this buffer. As for the stormwater management tools on the site has two rather large surface parking lots, and the water that drains off of them is caught by two features. There is a stormwater retention pond near Building A, which is able to capture a good deal of the runoff. This is just not a superficial type retention pond, but it has a tank system underneath it to catch and disperse the water from the site. And there's also a rainwater garden between the two corners of Building A and Building B near the lake. And this captures a lot of rainwater as it runs over the land. And one of the requirements from the Watershed Advisory Committee, it's kind of unique that we haven't worked with a Watershed Advisory Committee in a number of years, but this is a part of the mandate of Halifax Water to have Collins Park review any developments on Loom Lake. And they requested that the trail built through the buffer be built in elevation high enough to act as a buffer so that any water, maybe there's an extreme event, and then the water would come up against the edge of this meter-high walkway through the buffer.
My first question was, why isn't all this great information in the DA?
The reason we don't put it in the DA is because it's another department's affairs. It's not something that we can carry out as planners, but development engineering and the development services carry out this in the permitting part. And we used to put requirements for more technical information in the DAs, and just over the years, it was felt that this was information from another department and not our specialty.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, well, I'll take the chair back there, Councillor Hensby.
Are you done with the questions?
Does anyone else have any other questions of clarification? Okay, wonderful. So we're going to ask the applicant to come up. Thank you very much, Daryl. And we have Harold Daly coming up to provide the presentation.
Thank you, councilors. Very pleased to represent Quest Capital Development Group. I have with us tonight our architect, Eugene Bizonka from Lyden Lynch. Daryl did a great job presenting our case from a technical point of view. So Eugene is going to come up and speak to it from an architectural point of view. I'm available after for any questions that you have. And we also have Rob LeBlanc from Fathom Group and Roger Boychuk from Fathom Group as well to answer any questions that you have. So I know we only have 10 minutes, so I'll leave it to Eugene and let him get started. So this is.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thanks for having us here tonight. So our firm at Lyden Lynch, we're actually genuinely quite privileged to be part of this project. And, you know, as architects, we aspire to be part of something that can hopefully make a meaningful and long-lasting contribution to our communities. And when we became involved in this project, it became immediately evident that this was a development, could be a development, unlike any other that we've ever been involved in. This development began with a deliberate intention to create an innovative community that is purposefully designed to support opportunities for aging in place. It is unique in that each building will accommodate specific opportunities for a variety of residents' needs as their lifestyles evolve over time. As well, they will collectively share an unparalleled offering of amenities. Our design goals are to promote community, pride of place, a sense of welcoming and belonging, be inherently accessible, promote health and wellness, and acknowledge that those who will live here deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. This has been the shared focus for our design and ownership teams from the very beginning. And I'm delighted to have this opportunity to be here this evening to share our design with you. The site, as mentioned, has doubled in size from about 6.5 to 13 acres. This has required a reimagination of the development that has resulted in a pairing of buildings of approximately equal size. Each building is located to minimize their presence along Main Street while accommodating ample parking and vehicular access between the buildings and the street, thus promoting an orderly and efficient circulation for all vehicles. At the beginning of the design process, we always ask ourselves, how do we recognize the unique qualities, challenges, and opportunities of a given site? For us, the lake is an incredible asset that can provide remarkable views for residents, but must also be respected as a natural resource to be preserved. The 20-meter buffer zone is maintained and will be enhanced with the introduction of a walking trail that can be accessed by the public. The buildings are further set back so that construction activities can safely remain outside of the buffer zone. The integration of outdoor amenity spaces within the overall site design has been and continues to be carefully considered so that it works in tandem with the natural characteristics of the site while providing important opportunities to promote health and wellness. We also looked at how can we work with the natural topography to establish how the buildings sit within sloping conditions, knowing that the site changes by approximately 2 stories in height towards the lake, and how those may create additional opportunities. And I'll come back to this. Stormwater management has been carefully designed in collaboration with the engineering team and will meet the requirements for post-development flows for both 1 in 5 and 1 in 100-year storms, and will meet all the requirements of HRM, the Nova Scotia Department of the Environment, and Halifax Water. The building and site design incorporate a combination of mitigation strategies, including rooftop and ground surface retention, underground storage, and groundwater infiltration to control how stormwater is managed and released. During construction, we'll also have in place necessary erosion and sedimentation control measures. Traffic has been analyzed and as outlined in Mr. Jodry's report. The development will generate low and off-peak volumes that will have negligible impact on existing traffic movement. Regarding the building designs, their shape and organization will create internal courtyards that will further enhance the outdoor amenity experience while also creating opportunities to reduce the massing of each building. Overall, the development has been carefully considered to create a cohesive community that is mindful of all the considerations that are required to not only satisfy the applicable intentions of the MPS, bylaws, and other jurisdictional requirements, but with the understanding that what is good for the community as a whole is good for the development. And hopefully that'll advance the slide. I see it did on that laptop.
Good times.
Because I want to show you images of the actual building design, not just look at site
Let me
plans.
just see if, pull it up again.
Thank you very much. Awesome, thank you. So we've similarly spent a lot of effort in developing the architectural design of the buildings. Both buildings have been designed with particular attention to how we can create the appearance of a collection of smaller buildings. This is achieved not only through massing, but also through the use of architectural strategies that include scale, rhythm, pattern, and variation. As well, it was important that there are design consistencies between the buildings so they make good companions, and emphasize that together they form a community of buildings. Building A, which you see here, is a 7-story apartment complex. It will incorporate a palette of materials that will include stone, brick, wood, and solid materials. Together, they create a composition that expresses quality and durability while also creating a welcoming and warm environment. Entrances are defined by pedestrian scale gateways and wood canopies that will frame transparent lobbies to create inviting, approachable, and recognizable entrances. Next to the main entrance on the left will be approximately a 5,500 square foot commercial space that is intended to provide pharmacy and medical services for both residents and public. It's working. Building B, which will be a retirement living complex, similarly incorporates a gateway and canopy design to provide a welcoming expression at the main entrance. Each of the building's 3 wings are separated with 2-story connectors that create the appearance of 3 separate building masses. Stone is used as a base material and around entrances to provide scale and texture that is familiar and welcoming. Again, brick and wood are used as dominant materials that portray a commitment to quality, permanence, and durability. As we move further into the development and approach where the 2 buildings come together, we maintain a consistent identity with the use of scale, materials, and textures. Within this gap, we create a distinct link that is fully glazed to maximize transparency and visibility towards the lake. It will allow residents to safely move between buildings and take advantage of each other's amenities while promoting community and social interaction. On the other side of the link, we create an outdoor patio that will be the primary outdoor amenity space for residents and a focal point for the development. Shared indoor amenity spaces will look onto and have access to the patio. These will include a bistro, games room, fitness room, yoga studio, and indoor pool. The patio will have views and provide access towards the lake and the walking trail. This is a unique and innovative approach to centralizing both indoor and outdoor amenities that will encourage healthy lifestyles with the knowledge that social activity is equally important to physical activity as part of a holistic approach to mind and body wellness. As previously mentioned, the site's natural topography needs to be understood and integrated into the design. For example, as you see here on the back of Building A, the 2 levels of underground parking would otherwise become exposed at the rear or the lakeside of the building. Rather than having a 2-story high blank wall, we imagined an opportunity to create unique 2-level townhouse style units. Each unit will have direct access to its own patio from which those residents can further access the nearby walking trail. Also, as mentioned, each building will have 2 large courtyards located between each of its wings. Located on top of the parking level below, these become terrific opportunities to create additional outdoor spaces for residents that will offer views toward the lake. These become not only lovely spaces for residents to look onto from their apartments above, but also opportunities to create outdoor barbecue areas, gardens, sitting areas, games areas, and so on, where residents can have a variety of options to enjoy the outdoors. For Building B, courtyards will offer immediate access and views from a central dining facility, a bistro, games room, fitness room, library, hobby kitchen, and horticultural room. Courtyards will offer outdoor dining, community barbecues, and raised planters where residents can take part in growing herbs and vegetables is yet another opportunity to nurture health and wellness. Both buildings will be fully accessible, and Building B is being designed to achieve Rick Hansen certification. In conclusion, this development offers a unique opportunity for the surrounding communities of Westfall and Cole Harbour. We are all too familiar with the insatiable need for housing. I think that point was made clear in the previous public hearing. We know that part of that solution lies in the need for our aging residents to have available options to not only downsize, but also to remain in their communities, thus freeing up much needed housing stock for the next generation of homeowners and families. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, questions of clarification. Go ahead, Councillor Kent.
I'm not sure if this is directed, I'm getting an echo, I don't know if you are. If this would be directed to you or to the other gentleman. So the capacity on construction services is challenging at the best of times. Do you have a rough idea, if this were to be approved, how soon you could get it going based on availability of builders and equipment and such?
Yes. We understand that trades and services are in high demand in Halifax. One of the things that our company has done is we've formed a construction company ourselves. So we control that side of it. So we will be building this with the construction company that we're in partnership with. Actually, our builders are here tonight. So we spent a lot of time over the last year surveying the market, understanding where the supplies and services are, and we feel we'll be able to start this year if we get approval this evening. We will at least be able to start the excavation this year. We still have some further advancement of the drawings, but the way the permitting process goes, we can start with the in-ground work while we finish off the detailed plans. And like I said, we'd like to, if everything goes right, start this year and continue next year. And we believe that it's anywhere from a 30 to a 36 months build once we get started.
And follow up to that. So this kind of apartment, particularly where it's designated to really be a potentially a place that people can grow in their journey of life. Is it part of your business plan around this? Have you done any predeterminants of how many people would be available and able to take advantage of that at a senior's potentially challenging capacity financially, right? So do you have people that have expressed their interest in this type of opportunity in Dartmouth?
Yes, absolutely. As developers, we feel we can't really tell people what should be in their community. So we spend a lot of time listening and understanding what the right mix of living opportunities we should provide. And this age group, the seniors age group, seem to be especially underserved in the Cole Harbour Westfall area. So we've partnered with a retirement living company that is just what they do. Like, we're more of the apartment guys. My company, Quest Capital, is more of the standard apartments, and we partnered with a retirement living company. They've done an extensive study of the Dartmouth area, Halifax in general, and there's a tremendous demand for this type of housing. And as you can see, that we're not the only ones doing it. There's a number of other companies in Halifax that are building a similar development. So we feel that we'll be competitive with other companies. I guess the big ones in our market is Shanex. We feel we'll be competitive with them, and other retirement living suppliers. So yeah, I don't know if I answered your question. Yeah.
Any other question of clarification? Okay, okay, go ahead. You go first.
Further, the question I asked the planner in regards to the right-of-way access issue.
Yes.
I see two different proposals or two different designs, one showing the existing right-of-way, and the other one in this particular diagram here on the display shows access via the parking lot. I'm just trying to get clarification in regards to how do you look at trying to facilitate the need of providing access for the adjacent neighbor?
I think it's more apparent in the landscape plan. You can see it looks like a kind of a snake there that comes off of Main Street. That's the existing easement. When we bought the property, we understood that there was an easement to provide access to our neighbor. We're maintaining that easement. We haven't changed it. In fact, we've modified our parking so that it's very much separate from the easement. So there's no overlap between our parking and the easement at all. So we're maintaining what was always there.
So the artistic impression shown in the slide before that is a previous design before the modification to go back to the existing right
Well,
of way.
the easement was always protected. It was always
Yes.
there. But this is more of a furthering of the design, I guess. Yes, you're correct. This is more of a furthering of the parking and landscaping design to be very clear on what we're going to provide.
Okay, now the only question I may have though is in regards to right in, right out driveway entrance you have with that parking lot. Having the easement there beside it.
We're required to provide a 20-foot easement, and we understand it. That's there's a driveway there now, so there will be a driveway in the future for them because it's an easement, and it's required to be 20 feet long. So it's our intent not to mess with that. We're not changing that. It's still going to be 20 feet wide.
My only concern may be though is that easement, leaving it as is, they'll have the right to turn left onto the highway where you're proposing right in, right out only from your parking lot.
Well, they do it now.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying is what confusion that may be to the general public coming into that intersection may take the wrong left-hand turn to come in, thinking they're going to access your property, but instead they're going to Patterson Homes, where they should be going a little further up and taking the entrance by Gateway.
Yeah, so we thought about that, and we feel we can address that with signage, that it's an entrance only for Patterson Homes. We think signage can address those concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have some questions. Could you take the chair, please?
Vice Chair now in control.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Purdy, you have a question for the applicant.
Yes, I do. Okay, so just addressing some of the concerns that have come my way, if you could clarify these things. So again, lake health being of utmost importance, especially with the big development going right beside it. Rules, wondering the concern about motorized vehicles accessing the lake and what is preventing residents of these complexes from getting jet skis or small little motorboats or whatever and going onto the lake. Wastewater mitigation plans. So how is the lake protected from wastewater, say in a power outage or something happens for a long period of time? How are you going to protect the lake health from any potential seepage into the lake? We talked about the traffic mitigation plans. There was also an issue with the WAS making a recommendation of stormwater runoff plans, and your team decided to do not to follow the recommendation, but to do something different. I wonder if you can provide a little clarification about what that was all about, why you chose to do a different plan, and what that means. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I may need you to remind me of so what was the first?
So the access to the water with motorized vehicles, what's preventing residents from getting jet skis or small little motorboats to
Yes.
kind of play in the water?
Yeah, thank you. Well, we can address that in the rules and regulations of our apartments. So it's not our intent to allow any of our residents to have motorized vehicles on the water. We may have a pontoon boat, and we wouldn't look at a gas-powered pontoon boat. There's lots of these pontoon boat suppliers that do them in electric now. Their watershed advisory committee and their recommendations to us said that if you do They weren't against the pontoon boat. They just didn't want us to fuel it while it was on the water. So I don't really know how you do that, how you don't fuel it while it's on the water. So we've looked at other methods, which would be an electric pontoon boat. If we do it at all, we're not 100% sure that we're going to do that. We still have to understand whether that is a feasible thing we're going to do. But yeah.
Wastewater, seepage concerns.
I think that comes from the Watershed Advisory Committee's comment on Building A, that they were concerned that if there was a power outage, that there might be some seepage. So on our original submission, I think they thought that we were going to have a portable generator, and that they were concerned that with a portable generator, like what if it's not there? So we've clarified that, and we've advised them that we're going to have a permanent generator there, that in the event that there is a power outage, that the generator will power the pumps and always continue to pump the whatever is there into the city system. That's for Building A. Building B, since it's a seniors building, it's designed to have a generator that will power almost the whole building. So that generator will be the same type of thing. If there's an issue with a power outage, the generator will be there to pump the wastewater into the city, into the municipal system.
Okay, and the WAS recommendation that that you decided not to follow and you proposed a different, was that what you were talking about there?
No, this is a separate one. What they recommended is that we use a pervious or a permeable material for our parking lots. And we looked at that, and we understand, we talked to our consultants, and we were advised that a permeable parking lot, which essentially is pavers and grout in between them, doesn't really work in our climate that well with the constant freeze thaw. It also caused concern for us because in those permeable parking solutions, you can't really use sand as a method of ice control, because if you use sand, it clogs up all the pores that are in the surface, and then it essentially makes it impermeable. So we were using traditional pavement, which allows us at times when it's practical to use sand, use less salt, and again to help protect the lake. So.
Okay, thank you. I think that was it for that. Okay. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Hansby.
Just the one question, I'll give you back to the chair. In regards to the talk about the natural, the walking trail through the natural buffer zone, there was a suggestion of having an elevated trail to use the buffer zone as a berm for any high level water increases that would also protect the property from any overland floodings or land flooding from the lake. So you have no problem with an elevated platform for the pathway?
No, not at all. And that would be an extreme measure. Like, we're designing this site to use all the other measures to control the runoff, the stormwater that hits the site. Like, Daryl touched on it, but there are going to be, and I'm not really I'm not an engineer, but I know it enough to understand that when the water goes into our stormwater system, what our goal is to really hold it and slow it down and let it seep slowly into the buffer area, and then from there, whatever doesn't seep down will go into the lake. So we feel that the measures that we're taking in the parking lot and on the roofs will handle all that, and if it gets to the point that we have to rely on the trails, there's a serious situation going on with water.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And we're going to open the public hearing now. And for the speakers who've signed up, speakers can participate for a maximum of 5 minutes. Please keep your comments respectful, on topic, and direct them to the chair, and the clerk will announce when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is complete for all speakers. After everyone has been given an opportunity to speak, I will call 3 times to see if there are any additional speakers. Clerk, can you confirm if we've received any additional correspondence?
Yes, correspondence has been received for 10.1.3 and has been distributed to the community council.
All right. Thank you very much. We have 2 speakers signed up, and I'll call you to the microphone, Pamela Patterson and Tim Peterson?
Yeah, I already said my original.
Oh, okay. If you could state your name and the community you reside in, please.
Well, good evening. I'm Pam Patterson. I'm one of the owners of Patterson Sales along with my family. So we own the 581 Main Street location situated in Westfall. So today, I sincerely urge you to consider reviewing this document. I'm here today to ask you to support our business, who also provides affordable housing to our customers and has been for over 40 years. Our Main Street location, which is the abutting property to Quest Capital, is now being threatened to close. With their current parking right-in, right-out proposal, we no longer can access our lot with a modular home. To say they took us into consideration would definitely not be the case. Their first proposal had us driving through a green space, through a tree, around a fence, up curb, and then maybe into our lot. I'm proposing that council supports our recommendation to alter the existing easement to allow for our family business to continue. We do not feel like a parking lot should shut down a modular home company that's been on the corner since 1992. To give you an idea, our trucks are 32 meters long and 22 ton. The easement as shown will not allow us to enter or exit our lot without the homes, as they cannot make those turns. For 30 years, we've altered this right of way for our convenience and have so with the agreement of the bowling alley. The right in and right out will not allow our customers to access our lot, and it also looks like there'll be a retention pond within this area of access. I also know from working with DOT that they are not going to approve 2 driveways back to back, one right away out, with the other one allowing left turns in. There's also a condition that it has to be over 50 meters from the actual intersection, which I believe, if it's actually documented out, will actually make our easement inaccessible. We've requested Quest to straighten up our access and allow the traffic to be able to enter and exit and have the access large enough to allow for our trucks to enter and continue running our business. We feel that this is not a large request and ask council to not allow this project to move forward until an easement that works for both parties is reached. In the letter they addressed to a Jennifer within the municipality, it actually states that they will have to alter our access to our lot. But when we recently contacted Quest, they were reluctant to change anything. I again urge you to not allow this to pass till an appropriate easement is given to allow our family's livelihood and also the many people and small businesses that we support within this community to continue to operate in the location that we have done so from the last 30 years. Thank you.
Question?
Yeah, question of clarification. If you don't mind, come back to the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm aware of the property for some time in regards to the original building site that used to be there, the bowling alley and stuff. How is Patterson Homes able to maneuver through the current existing right of way you had there with the building that used to be there? It's in the same alignment. You had the benefit of a parking lot to drive through with the old bowling alley and party golf being there and stuff. That right of way, is it restricted to 20 feet or are you allowed to provide in your own?
We were always allowed to go wider, and also we had an agreement with the bowling alley, I guess in gentleman's terms, I guess, that if we were bringing in a large home, there was actually a road in behind the building that allowed us, when the bowling alley was there, to make a left turn, go straight across. It can actually be seen on viewpoint that you can go straight in behind the building and cut across, and there's a driveway actually into our location. Since they took the bowling alley down, our trucks have been able to maneuver around the parking lot, but the access is probably 70 feet in length for our trucks to make the turn, and the parking lot between spaces was at least 30 feet. And also where it was a bowling alley, you might have had 5 cars in the parking lot. It never was an issue.
Okay, thank you.
May I, Madam Chair?
Yes, absolutely. Another question.
Panelists, could you help me understand that? Describe again the issue and point out your property. If you help me understand that.
Okay, so our property is right here.
Yep. It's a triangle, okay,
Yes,
yep.
so a right in and right out access. I mean, as you can see, the easement is actually running into what would be the right turn lane. They're going
Right.
to collide. DOT will never approve that, first off, because it's just an accident waiting to happen, in my opinion. But also, for us to come off this road, we've always had at least 70 feet of a bowling alley.
Right.
A truck is 104 feet long. So think about a transport trailer, and then think about it being 25 feet longer than that.
Okay.
And think about how that turn, you can't make that turn. It's absolutely impossible. So we can no longer access, we cannot make a complete 90-degree turn. We can't even make this here turn here with the way that they're giving us only the 20 feet, because a right angle turn, even on a lot, requires us to fill in ditches all around it for us to make that turn.
And you've had communication request?
I did have a communication request, and they told me that they have no intention of altering the easement, that I have 20 feet, and that's that.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Oh, point of order. Yep, go ahead.
I would normally not raise this right now, but I mean, we seem to be wandering into ground in terms of a dispute between the applicant and their neighbor, and I'm just wondering if our solicitor could provide anything as to what our role here is tonight on that?
Well, it's a difficult question. I think you're right. It does, a little bit I know, it does sound like it's a civil dispute between two property owners.
If I may
I
interject,
really-
it's,
no.
no, I can't, okay.
So it is, from what I can see, it's a civil dispute, but you're looking at blueprints and drawings, which you can approve or disapprove of.
Go ahead, Councillor Ken.
Yeah, thank you. So in relation to that, I actually want to ask Quest a question in relation to it. So I'm really curious as to, I cannot do that yet. Until, sorry?
When they respond to the applicant.
That's not how I just understood it, so.
All right. Does anyone else have a?
Thanks.
And there was a proposal submitted on how this could work for both parties.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, the applicant is able to come.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Does anyone else want to speak to this? Absolutely. Come on forward. If you could kindly state your name and the area you reside in, please.
I'm battling laryngitis. Not the best time to have it. I have tested negative for COVID though. I had registered to speak. My name was on the list, I think.
Oh,
my
you
is
did
Don-
register to speak?
Yep.
Okay.
My name is typed in on your list. My name is Donna Schufelt, and some of you may know me from my involvement with 3 other women to raise funds and design and build the Children's Dragonfly Memorial Park at Sullivan's Pond. If you haven't visited that park, I encourage you to do so. I'm a lifelong resident of Dartmouth, and I love our lakes, and I want to try and protect them. My concern is for Lake Loon. I've written letters on May 13th, February 22nd, and February 28th. I won't repeat all the information in there. It does address traffic issues. It addresses that in and out. And what that does is forces people to drive past it, pull a U-turn, or turn left onto 4 lanes of traffic. So I too have problems with that in and out design. I don't know what the solution is. That's not my problem. These people have to come up with a solution that will work, that doesn't create people. Everybody that would access that building, those buildings, is coming from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth. They're not coming in the other direction. So they are forced to come up the highway. They can't make that turn without either turning left or doing a U-turn. The other thing that I have a problem with, I get that one of the buildings will be a seniors facility. The other is considered for seniors 55 and over. It's not a thing. It doesn't exist in law. There's no such thing as a senior building that you can just rent. You have to consider that as an apartment building or condo or whatever they're going to build. That's going to have children in it. They'll need schools. They'll need sidewalks. They'll need playgrounds and areas to play. 300 units. They can't restrict it to 55 and over. It just doesn't exist. It's smoke and mirrors. But my main concerns are the setback and the buffer. I know the developer has a right to develop his property, and I'm almost certain this property will be approved. It's beautiful, and I don't dispute that we need building, and don't be mistaken, this isn't for low-income people. It's not solving, it's not being intended to solve our building or housing crisis in the least. But they can't do it at the expense of the Lake Loon and its natural inhabitants. These buildings are going to have thousands and thousands of square meters of concrete and paved surfaces, roofs and parking lots, millions of cubic tons of surface runoff, rain, snow, silt, fertilizers, salts, chemicals, and garbage. The setback is only 20 meters, 65 feet. It's like the distance of this room. A 7-story building and the lake, that's it. It's completely inefficient to address the environmental concerns. Imagine that distance. It's the Kinsman building that they're building on Lake Banook. That's got the same setback. It's right there near the sand of what used to be Graham's Grove. This will have the same setback, but it's going to be massive, with massive parking lots. That same setback is the same as a single unit residential home, would have the same 20 meter setback. And these are massive buildings. The problem was when the zoning was changed in their first application to allow for these size buildings, the setback was never reconsidered at the time. So you just have to look at those renderings and you see how out of proportion it is. Those shaded areas are just the parking lots. All those other areas are the buildings. And what's left is this, I don't know, is it 5%? You can just see it with the naked eye. The developer says that he intends to mitigate by swales and berms and surface ponds. You can't just say you're going to mitigate against a known harm. They know this, and they're going to proceed nonetheless. They say they will put in control measures, and those will, at a later date, be adequately sized to accommodate the calculated runoff. The little ponds that they show in those are just renderings, facsimiles. When they do the calculation and they find that they need much more, we have one now opposite Lake Banook. Look at the size of it. They're going to need a massive runoff pond here, but there's no room for it. They haven't planned for it at all. They say they'll do it, but it's going to be an afterthought. it's going to be too late. That minimum buffer will be completely overwhelmed and compromised. It can't protect what it's intended to do. And it's got to do it for years and years. Those trees and all the little shrubs, how are they going to survive it? That runoff is going to have silt, harmful chemicals, and garbage of 1,000 residents. There's been no environmental study. There's been no environmental impact study at all. They contacted the Nova Scotia Department of Transportation, but they didn't contact the Nova Scotia Department of Environment. There's been no study. There's no study before you. They say that there's no environmental issues. Well, that's because they didn't look at the issues. If you don't look at them, then you can say nothing was raised. No problem. This runoff, and this is just the runoff and the surface water. Then we get into the wastewater and the sewage. They're going to have, they speak of mitigating spillage into surrounding areas and into the lake of sewage. It's very disturbing. You have the responsibility to protect Lake Loon. And they're putting minimal measures forward. They have already gotten approval for everything they wanted before. And they're coming back to you now wanting more than twice what they got approval for the first time. And they've offered nothing, not one iota of anything different to protect Lake Loon. There's 3 things that you need to do. You have to make this developer establish a lake trust fund. You have to make them design a buffer proportional to the project that they're undertaking. And you have to make them protect that buffer. They can't build a walkway in the buffer. That's just completely opposed to what the buffer is. They're going to have thousands of people stomping through that buffer. They can't offer direct lake access, and they can't have a wharf. Those are the things that the buffer is intended to prevent.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Anyone else who would like to speak? Final time. Anyone else who would like to speak? Okay. The applicant is welcome to come back to address anything you'd like to address.
I guess I'll address what was said from the 2 speakers. In regards to the Patterson Homes issue, we bought this piece of land fully understanding that there was an easement there. There was a 20-meter wide easement. We discussed it with the previous owner. We didn't understand about this gentleman's agreement there. I had no idea about that until we were first advised of this issue about 4 or 5 days ago. This was last Wednesday. This was advertised over a year ago. I understand they've been given 3 notices. We found out about this on Wednesday or Thursday of last week. We did provide them with another plan showing that we were clearly separating the parking from their easement. When they bought that piece of land, they needed a driveway. That's what they got. They got a driveway. And again, I kind of agree with what was said here. This is not an issue for a development agreement hearing. We're here to ensure that we meet all of the requirements of the municipal planning strategy. I don't think an issue with an easement between 2 property owners is something that should be decided at a development agreement. And in regards to Ms. Schufelt, she said a lot, and I think I've addressed most of it in the previous answers to your questions. I'm just trying to remember some of her points. But in regards to the rainwater and stormwater, it's not like because their development is there, it's like there's going to be more water. It's that, the water is going to come and we're going to deal with it, right? Like just because we have, as she said, acres of roof, well, it's still the same amount of rain that's coming down, and the systems are going to be designed to handle that rain. We have serious engineers. We've hired WSP. They're one of the largest engineering firms in the world, and they're staking their reputation on designing this. And they've come up with stormwater measures, including in-ground storage devices, tanks, I guess, that are designed big enough to handle all the stormwater. As far as things like the buffer, that's allowed. We're only doing what we're allowed. Like if we weren't allowed to do it, we wouldn't do it. One thing she mentioned about the access to the site, I'm not sure where she got that information, but she's saying you have to go past the site, double back because you can't turn left. There is a left turn in our main on Loonview Lane. Loonview Lane has a left turn lane, so there is left in, no problem. You don't have to go by the site, turn around and come back to go into the site. That's not true. I don't really have anything else to say. I'm open to your question, Councillor.
Okay, so question of clarification. Go ahead, Councillor
Yeah,
Kemp.
thank you. So I understand the position around, this is not specific to the development agreement, but the facts are, in my opinion, that development agreements impact community and the adjacent areas, and that's part of the public process. So I also am familiar with large trucking, and I know, and I hear you that you've made sure that what they legally have access to is there. And so have you, and I think this is a redundant question, but I want to hear you talk about it, is the capacity of, or even the tolerance of your residents in and around that area with those kinds of large trucks, what they will see as large trucks going through their space that they're paying for, in a small confined area relative to what they're used to. And I know for sure, and I understand that in itself is not a legitimate legislative reason why we wouldn't be able to use that as a reason to not approve this. Having said that, though, as those of us who are sitting here are advocates for community concerns, and so I'm raising that with you now. And I know what those big trucks are like, and I'm trying to envision the size of those trucks with those big homes on them, and then envision what your residents in that area are going to be thinking about. So what do you see as what experience do you think you're going to have with that?
Haven't really thought about it, to be honest. Like, they're allowed to access their site through the easement that's there. And the impact on our residents, we haven't really thought about. They're allowed to do it so they can do it. I'm not concerned really about the impact of the trucks themselves on it. To be honest, we've never really even talked about that, because we truly believed until last week that they didn't have an issue accessing their site, because we never heard from them. We've maintained the easement that's there. The previous developer, when we bought the previous owner, before we bought it, he presented a plan that he was going to do, and he wasn't honoring any gentleman's agreement either. All that area where they're saying that they drove around where the bowling alley used to be, that was going to be populated with buildings. And the only thing he did maintain was the existing easement, just like we are.
And so now that you know it, do you have the capacity? And I've asked the same question on other development agreements of if there are surrounding neighbors that are struggling with something significant, and this is significant, this is their livelihood. Do you have any will to maybe have a dialogue with them?
Well,
and I guess that question
have.
would be for our planners as well, that if there were some changes to be able to address the capacity of a well-established business in that area, and not contribute to hardship in that way, would that be something would have to change within the development agreement to accommodate? I know it's a big question.
Well, I think we can wait. Yeah.
Okay,
You
I'll
can
ask
ask them during the
ask
debate.
Shane that later.
Daryl.
Daryl later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. And yep.
So moved.
So moved. Okay. Second, great. We are voting and it's good. Okay.
Yes, I'll put the motion on the floor. That the Harbour-East Marine Drive Community Council one approve the proposed amending development agreement, which shall be substantially of the same form as set on attachment A of the staff report dated January 30th, 2023, and two, require the agreement to be signed by the property owner within 120 days or any extension thereof granted by council on the request of the property owner from the date of final approval by council and any other bodies as necessary, including applicable appeal periods, whichever is later. Otherwise, this approval will be void and obligations arising hereunder shall be at an end.
All right, thank you, David. Go ahead.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm in support of the application, but I'm concerned about some of the issues in regards to traffic access. This whole corner has been an issue for many years. It goes back to the days when Councillor McElroy was the council for the area, and him and I had a fight at council in regards to the Sobeys putting the gas bar in and the realignment of the Pana Vista intersection. I fought with Sobeys. They postponed their development of their gas station. They even prepared to move the foundation a bit to allow for a redesigned access from Pana Vista Drive at a traffic light to get into these properties. Unfortunately, council and Council McElroy thought I was interfering with local district affairs. I even offered district funds, but according to municipal charter at the time, we could not provide public funding for a private entity for the alterations of the foundation to make this public access better for that particular all those particular properties in question. And then HRM put an approval for that car wash stand to go in there. Where the car wash should have been located at the back of the gas station property, not where it is now, because that car wash site could have been another alternative access into the property with the negotiation with Sobeys. That did not happen. So here we are stuck with the Loon View entrance we have by Gateway. We saw the wall they put in there to hold up the roadway going in, and the fencing to make sure it's separated, the two access points that people can't cut across from one site to the other. And they also bought the Atlantic Tire site beside it. So I'm hoping that with the acquisition of the Atlantic Tire site, they may have an opportunity to widen the driveway access to make it a little easier for people getting in and out of that site. I know the power pole might have to be relocated to do so, but access to the site has always been problematic. For Gateway, thank God we put the left-hand turning lane in that part of the highway because it made it a lot safer than having no lane there at all. I have a question for staff. I don't know if Meg, you can answer. In regards to the traffic authority, Main Street Highway number 7, I believe, is under municipal jurisdiction, not the province.
The intersection where the right in, right out is actually TIR.
Provincial Department of Highways?
Correct.
Okay,
And they have reviewed that right in, right out, and they have identified no issues.
And with the existing right of way also beside.
I'm not certain on the right of way. As Daryl mentioned earlier, that kind of came in at the 9th hour for us. So presumably that would be reviewed during permitting. But I can say that the right in, right out for the proposal was reviewed and no issues were identified by TIR.
Another alternative solution would have been if the province would allow a right in, right out off the 107 highway like we have for the Burnside terminal for transit garage, where we have a right in lane and right off lane for buses to go in and off the intersection. That'd be an ideal solution for the situation for that corner. But we got to deal with the province, not matter, or the property is going to deal with that. That's not our problem. In regards to the civil matter between the right of way, I'd really hope there could be an accommodation found somewhere. A 20-foot easement may sound like a logical driveway standard, but with the vehicles going in and out of that site, I think a combination needs to be allowing a wider berth, 25, maybe 30 feet, if it's possible to have a road driveway that wide for them to get in and out with their vehicles. I'm not sure about the turning radius with all these modular homes changing in sizes. They come in component pieces and stuff. There's quite a bit of few display homes put on there. It is a challenge to get in and out of the site from time to time. So, I would think that for that, I hate to say it, they might need traffic control officers from time to time to get a vehicle in and out if they have a large structure on a flatbed. Again, here we are on a civil matter of right of way. They bought the property back in 1992 with the right of way of 20 feet. That's documented in the information I sent to all members of council because I was familiar with the property when the bowling alley was there and the top of other developments. So I was aware of the right of way, of what was deeded, not what was displayed on the information we got from the solicitor. So I wanted to make sure you guys were clear that the right of way, what was legally provided versus what was being requested are two different diagrams. So, but I'm hoping that through constructive counsel with the two parties, perhaps they can work it out. But in my fashion, I believe it's a good project, a good proposal to go forward, and I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Maggie, on follow up from David and my remarks earlier, if there is a will of the two parties to relook at this, given the substantial impact, I think certainly on a business, but also I believe I really encourage the applicants to really look at the kind of equipment that's going to be going in and out of there. There's a big trucks, big heavy loads that require on highways trucks in before and after for safety purposes. This is not insignificant. It is huge. But if there was an opportunity to revisit that, similar to David has spoken to around, size of the easement or whatever, if it worked out, how could that be accommodated in the development agreement? Should that go forward today?
So it's a little awkward to answer that question where I don't know what the modification would be.
Yeah.
So the agreement right now is prepared in a way that respects that easement as it exists
Yes.
today. If a new one were to come in, again, it's hard to know if it was wider, if it was aligned differently. There is some flexibility built into the agreement. There are no structures in that area. It is a parking area. So I'd have to go back through the agreement to see whether it could be, there is some flexibility built in right now about the parking, whether that could be accommodated by the development officer. Again, not knowing what that realignment might look like, there may be some ability through permitting to have some degree of flexibility and change happen. If not, it's probable that it would come back as a non-substantive amendment to the agreement. Again, it's hard for me to say definitively because I don't know what that would look like, but there is a degree of flexibility. There are no structures in that area. But again, the agreement is written right now in a way that respects the existing agreement on the property.
And so on your note around TIR, you would potentially have input from them when you're talking permitting. And their concern,
yes,
DOT will be concerned around those big pieces of equipment having to hold traffic up and turning lanes and all of that into a fairly small space.
That may have already been.
And let's say that happened.
Sure.
Then what happens for the applicant? They'd have to adjust that potentially, or would it just mean they'd have to pay more to, like, how do you work out?
You're suggesting if TIR said, I don't want the two entrances side by side?
Yeah, or that, yeah, that if that's one thing that could happen. Let's say that came up that way.
There would be a conversation with the applicant and TIR and our engineering folks to talk about what what that change might be needed.
Yeah.
Again, this is all sort of probable.
Yes,
I really, it's kind of challenging to say. But there would be a conversation with our engineering, with TIR, and with the applicants about what the issues might be and what, oftentimes they don't say, this is the change that is needed. There are what mitigation measures might be sufficient to make TIR okay with those intersections. So it's a bit out of my wheelhouse to know how TIR might want those changes.
Do I have any time left?
No, but you can come back.
I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and Councillor Kent asked most of my questions that I had there about, the agreement. I mean, I would urge the applicant and Patterson both to sit down and try and sort out a solution that will work here for both parties. It's not our role here as council to dictate that solution, right? What our role here is to look at the development agreement and then does this meet our planning objectives for the area? And so when I look at this, I see a very well thought out proposal of a quality that frankly we don't often see, right? It's extremely well designed with a lot of good thought put into it. And, you know, from the stormwater piece, I'm satisfied with what, I mean, Daryl's had to step out, but I'm satisfied with what he's reported, that it's above and beyond what we would require. And so this is a good proposal. I'm happy to support it, but, you know, that easement piece, you know, it's not our place to dictate it, but I would suggest it's probably in neither party's interest to have a civil matter playing out in courts, jeopardizing both businesses and both attempts there. So I would really urge both parties to sit down and try and hash out a good solution. And I think on the HRM side, if it means that an agreement has to come back and be modified to fit things, I suspect this council will be very happy to, you know, expedite that however we can. If some sort of agreement did emerge that then would require the agreement to be modified. So that is my 2 cents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can you take the chair, Councillor? I just have a question on that.
I'll take the chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So yeah, just on
Councillor
that.
Purdy, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, like the good neighbor thing. I'm wondering if tonight, can we add an amendment to this DA to say, I'll just say my question while he's, oh, you're asking.
He's
Oh,
gonna come take the mic.
Okay, like, can we add something to the DA tonight so that we are in good faith believing that this is going to be worked out, so that they don't have to bring it back for yet another public hearing or for another amendment for this particular portion of the DA?
It would be for the parking. Again, it's really awkward and challenging at the last minute to anticipate what that change might be. There mightn't be any. So to put a change on the floor to the development agreement that it would allow something that could be 10 different options.
Just for that easement piece?
I don't know what that redesign is going to look like. We don't know if it's something that engineering, TIR, like there's a lot of subjectivity around what we're looking for here on something that may or may not happen. So again, the agreement is written in a way that there's flexibility. If the flexibility that is sought is outside of the scope of what the flexibility, again, there's no structures in that area, but if there's not enough flexibility already in the agreement, most things like landscaping, parking, signage are already non-substantive. Again, Daryl's not here, but those things are typically non-substantive amendments. And with the charter amendments, those non-substantive amendments don't even come back to council.
Right.
Those non-substantive amendments go to the development officers most often, or in every case thus far. And that's a much faster process in any case than coming back to council, because we don't have to wait once a month to get it on an agenda. We can get to the development officers much quicker.
That's what I was trying to get to. So
That's
they
right.
don't have
So-
to come back to council. It can be done
Unless
within.
it was something that we're all not envisioning that was a complete overhaul of the site. Yes, it sounds like it's something that could be negotiated within that area of land where it is an easement and parking. Those are two things that could be, modified in a way potentially without impacting the whole site. But again, I can't really answer that question because I don't know what the redesign would be. And I don't know the effects of a redesign specifically on the road. And it's not a road that HRM owns that section. It's a TIR or a DOT section. So I can't speak for what they may or may not want.
So the second question I had was about that, the provincial traffic department it was reviewed, that right in, right out. So like you would think, like for a normal traffic study, you would take into account everything around that particular intersection or driveway or whatever's being studied. So they would have access, you would think of they would have knowledge of that.
If it was made clear to them, and I don't know that they dug around in the weeds enough to go, hey, there's actually an easement here. So they reviewed what we gave them. I don't know their process. I can't tell you if they take the additional steps of start digging around in the registry of deeds to look for easements. So they looked at what was proposed, which is this proposal's. I can't confirm whether they also noticed that there was an easement with an existing access point right beside the proposal. I just can't answer that.
So
I don't even know if Daryl could.
You were saying then, or somebody was saying that this will come back in the permitting process. Like there will need to be another look at this so everything will be in the proper stages of moving forward.
Exactly. There'll be another set of eyes on this. And it probably will go back to TIR at that point. In fact, we'll probably, after tonight, we'll flag it for them to make sure that it does get that second set of eyes on it.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
You may assume the chair again.
Thank you very
I have a
much.
further question.
Yes, go. We'll
sorry.
let Councillor Mancini first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maggie, quick question about when developments take place near lakes. Is there nothing part of the process that Nova Scotia Environment's involved in the conversation?
It might be if there was infill happening or if there was a proposal that was proposed, either there was a natural habitat in
Right.
that area that was already of concern and we knew about. Those sorts of things potentially would flag it. And so part of our team review process is very early on is identifying who needs to look at this application. And
Right.
so we went, oh, well, TIR does for sure.
Right.
And we've asked questions and we put it out to the different departments that are outside of HRM, and nothing was identified that the Department of Environment should look at in this instance.
Right.
I would also say that additionally, in this instance, we also had a watershed advisory that we don't have in all of our lakes.
Right.
And even with the charter amendments, which said you can't use planning advisory committees, we got kind of lucky because this one fell under Halifax Waters Authority. And so
Right.
Halifax Water still took it to them and we were still able to get their, indirectly get their comments back. So I would say there was nothing that was identified.
Right.
Plus Halifax Water had it go to their advisory and their advisory said that it was fine, more or less. So all of those things make me think that there was nothing identified early on,
Right.
nor anything during the process of review.
So the Watershed Advisory Committee did have eyes on the lake at
They
least
did.
in this
Yep.
application. That's great. Thank you for that, Maggie. So, look, when I saw this presentation, I think the architect should be very proud of it. I really like the plan, when it looks. I like it, and I've driven by that site forever and thinking, what's going to happen there? So this is a very nice project. I mean, it gives me a whole different perspective examining Lake Loon here than I've never had before. So what a great project. To the applicant, and I know you're not from, your company's not from here, you're from New Brunswick, I really hope that you can come up with a solution. We have a long-time family business here, and we don't want to impact that family business. We want to support that family business. So I really hope you can get to the table and come up with a solution. We, as stated a couple of times, we can't stop the application tonight because of what, even though I agree with you and I'm hoping you're going to get that solution, we can't stop it. We're not allowed to do so. So you can't respond. Sorry. I'm sorry. So we can't stop it. So I am in support of the application here tonight. I really hope the solution can come up. You guys can come to the table and solve this. It looks to be solvable for me. There's very many applications we have. We're so tight to the land that we don't have room to move things around. There's tons of room here, and the creativity of one of Halifax's best architects, I'm sure they can come up with a solution. There's the pressure for you, right? So I support the application. I really hope a solution can be made with regard to the Patterson Homes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to access again to the site, in regards to the development proposal we have before us, I believe Halifax Fire looked at it for egress and access for fire vehicles, make sure they can get in and out of the site safely,
That is correct.
as well as any construction trucks going into the site. There's enough turning radius for construction trucks to get into the site, I would assume.
I would assume as well,
Now,
especially during construction when there's
Okay.
more room to maneuver.
Okay, the only question I do have now is that if the right of way to the Patterson lot is going to be restricted to 20-foot right of way, would that be designed in such a way that it would meet access for fire trucks to get in there? Because there are structures in there, there are people that work there, so there has to be a fire safety matter that is going to impact on the adjacent property. Will our fire trucks be able to get easy access to the site, as well as could they take an engineering study in regards to what type of turning radius or lane width they need for a standardized mobile unit to be moved in there for the modular homes that do move in there? Because I don't know what the maximum size is, but they should be looking at a design status of if it's a 20-foot or a 40-foot segment, it's only 8 or 12 feet wide, what kind of turning radius is required to get in across the highway to get in there? I think those design aspects should be taken into consideration for the right of way, whatever negotiations between the two parties is. But I think those technical matters need to be addressed in the design of the right of way access.
Those would be things that would, if a new easement were to be negotiated, I think would be considered during that. The existing agreement or the existing easement is there now, so presumably it is sufficient for fire services and all of those things. I mean, I don't think that I would come through the site if I was a firefighter. I think I'd hit the highway and that's a more direct route to where the buildings are.
Well, the only problem is you can't get, the only problem is you have to park your fire truck on the side of the highway and run the hoses up the ditch and over across the parking lot to get to the structure, yeah.
Right. Again, there's an existing easement there now. I can't really speak much more to it than to say it is there now. It's being kept in the agreement that is being negotiated. If it wasn't sufficient for fire services, I guess that would be something that the applicant or the owner of the two parties would have to hash out with fire services. It's sort of outside of the scope of the agreement.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to be supporting the development agreement as well. I echo what my colleagues have said around the architecture. It really is spectacular. When I have, as a person who's been living in this city for many years, I'll say it that way, shush, closer to that retirement space than I ever was. I dreamed I'd be. I guess we all get there. It's exciting to see a warm building again. I don't mind saying I've never been a fan of the checkerboard kind of look that we were getting for quite a few years. And so I just want to say, wherever this goes tonight, thank you for bringing that warmth back to a design that could be considered here. The other part of this is, as you can see, for Quest to hear our concerns around the reality of you're here in our province, and this is me speaking not about my decision, but in our province, and you have an opportunity to be supportive of something that could change the trajectory of a business that's been here a long time. So clearly we are saying, please come back to the table. Please be part of a conversation that can be a win-win for everyone. And that's no different than what I say at every development project, whether it's on public record or in a meeting with a developer. So I see no reason at all why I wouldn't support this. To me, this is a good, taking that piece out. This is a good development, and I'm excited for that area as well, to have that investment in the housing stock that, and people have talked about whether or not it's not affordable, but part of the solution to housing is to offer an alternative to somebody that then creates an affordable option in a more localized community. If people are going into a facility like this where they have a step out of a homestead, then that's another opportunity for somebody else. So that is part of the process as well, and the change. So thank you for listening.
Yeah. Oh, question of clarification.
Just a clarification of process, if it gets approved tonight, what process is, is it an appeal to the URB or appeal administered? Just to clarify process.
Yes, there's a appeal to the UERB, the Utility Review Board.
There's a 14-day appeal period, so that it's kind of held open for those 14 days. Can you take the chair again, just for final word?
Madam Chair, I'll take the mantle. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilor Purdy, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I do want to echo what my colleagues have said. It is a beautiful design. And not only that, but the architect, the developer, took into account the needs of the lake, the needs of the environmental considerations, and they went above and beyond the requirements of HRM. From what I understand from talking with Daryl, just the notes that I took from our conversation, that there's tanks underground with a reserve tank. So there's even a reserve for the tank underground in case it gets too filled. There's planted roofs. So the large amount of water is being absorbed on the roofs, and any access is managed internally through pipes and dispersed underground. So this isn't cheap, and it's not like we don't see this a lot. So it's very unique, and it's a unique way of dealing with the real issues of trying to mitigate any damage to the lake from this development. And they're going to have medical services in there, which we all know we're in desperate need of as well, and pharmacy. And so it is really looking at the needs in our community, and also just from what one of the speakers said about, you can't force a senior home or an apartment for seniors. Like that's not legally enforceable. And no, it's not. But you can market to that group of people. And just anecdotally, we all know there are so many residents that want to stay in, especially in Cole Harbour. There's just no place for older people to go. Who want to get rid of the house because it's too much work, and that they want to stay in their community. So it does provide that as well. And just on the easement piece, we are petitioning that this gets worked out so that this family business who's been there for decades can stay there. And they're also providing a huge important piece of community need with their modular homes, and with more affordable housing. And so it's very, very important and imperative that gets worked out so that they stay, and that their business is continued and not impacted. And this public hearing was supposed to be at the beginning of the month, so we wouldn't have even known about this had that snowstorm not moved it to today. So yeah, it's just really, really important that this gets rectified for our community business. Very, very important. So I just wanted to say that I'll be supporting this as well with the petition that this gets worked out. Okay. So I'll take the chair back, I guess. Okay, so all in favor of this? All opposed? No? Okay, so motion is approved. Okay, and we're going to take
And
a
a
little.
motion to extend past 10.
And we're going to extend past 10. And are we good with that? Do we need to vote?
Yes.
Yes, we vote. We're all in favor. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
fellow applicants.
Yeah. Are we ready? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find it here. 10.1.2, we are now moving into the public hearing for case 23862, development agreement for 1200 to 1216 Cole Harbour Road, Cole Harbour. All right, and we have Dean McDougall here to give us staff presentation. Go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm filling in for my colleague, Megan Mond. This was her file, but she's on mat leave and at home with her newborn baby boy. So congratulations to her. And I'll try and fill in as best I can. So the applicant for this case is WM Fairs Architects, and the location is 1200 1216 Cole Harbour Road in Cole Harbour. And the proposal is for a development agreement to build an apartment building of 6 stories, 104 dwelling units with amenity space and parking. So the site is shown in red on the 2 images seen here. It's located on Cole Harbour Road, as I said, just before Bissett Road, as if you're heading out to Lawrencetown. And it's a decent sized lot. It's about 1.7 acres. So the top image shows what the site would look like from Cole Harbour Road looking west, which would be towards Halifax. The site's currently occupied by a single-story brick building, which is occupied by the Cole Harbour Recreation Centre until they're moved to Cole Harbour Place. And then the rest of the site is vacant. The 2-story building visible in the upper image abuts the site and is used for commercial and residential uses. The image on the bottom shows the site from Cole Harbour Road again, but this time looking east. And HRM's trail to Bissett Lake Park would be just on the other side of the trees on the right-hand image. The area is a mix of commercial and residential development. Along Cole Harbour Road is primarily commercial with some higher density residential. The image on this slide shows the development across the road from the site, and there's commercial fronting on Cole Harbour Road, and then behind it is low-rise residential. This is the 3rd time you're seeing this slide tonight, so I'll make it quick, but the planning process, or at the public hearing and the decision of council tonight, there's a 14-day appeal period. Same with this slide. There's 3 levels of documents: regional plan, big picture, where should growth occur, community plan, it's the secondary plan, it zooms in on a geographic region. This is the Cole Harbour Westphal municipal planning strategy, and this enables discretionary approvals, applications like this one. And then our 3rd document is the land use bylaw, very specific zoning, outlines what you can and can't do with your property. If you meet the rules, you can go and get a permit. Policy and bylaw overview specific to this site. As I mentioned, the Cole Harbour Westphal municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw. It's serviced by municipal sewer and water. The zoning on the site's the C2 zone. It's within the community commercial designation. Existing use, as I mentioned, is the Cole Harbour Recreation Centre for now. And then the enabling policy is CC4. So policy CC4 enables council to consider multiple unit dwellings containing more than 12 dwelling units within the CC designation by DA, by development agreement. So this policy provided criteria for council's evaluation, and it includes things like the effects on the road network, separation from the low density residential uses that may be nearby, open space and on-site amenity areas, are they sufficient? The overall design of the site and structure, and the design of the building, as well as provisions found in policy IM 11. So here is the proposed site plan for the development. Although the site is relatively large, as I mentioned, 1.7 acres, the actual developable area of the lot is limited because of the watercourse at the rear of the property and the 20-meter non-disturbance area surrounding that watercourse. Additionally, the space required for vehicular access to the underground parking area, and outdoor amenity area means the size of the building footprint is constrained. So the underlying zone permits a maximum lot coverage of 50%, but whereas with this development, its lot coverage is proposed to be only 26.8%. So it's building up rather than building out, and that's necessary for this site. So here are the elevations of the building. The applicant will go into further detail in design, but you can see the street facade here, which would be the north elevation. And to break up the massing of the building, the applicant employs changes in materials, fenestration, and recesses and protrusions, and also a 3-story street wall is provided. Here is the elevations for the east and west. Public engagement. So the level of engagement completed was consultation. So we had a HRM website, signage posted on the site, a mail out notification, as well as a narrated PowerPoint on our Shape Your City page. 203 letters were mailed out. Megan only received 5 contacts on this case. It received quite a bit of unique webpage views though, 2,816. And then the online survey, 39 respondents. The public comments included the following topics. So aspects that they liked was that it provides needed housing in a good location, and most liked the design of the space and the provision of amenity space as well. Some things that people were concerned about was the affordability of the units, that the units needed more bedrooms, so more 2 and 3 bedroom units, the impact on traffic, and then also the effect on the natural environment with the watercourse. Most respondents believed that the proposed building fits the neighborhood. However, some respondents felt that the building is too big or too tall for the location and would like commercial at grade. So changes responding to the consultation, the unit mix. So the original proposal had 29% 1 bedroom and 71% 2 bedroom. So this has been changed. And the latest plans submitted show 35% 1 bedroom, 60% 2 bedroom, and 6% 3 bedroom. But the development agreement requires a minimum of 55 2 bedrooms and 5% 3 bedrooms. This is to provide some flexibility to the developer to design regarding the market. So summary of key aspects of the proposal: apartment building, 6 stories tall, 104 dwelling units with a minimum of 55% containing 2 bedrooms, 5% containing 3 bedrooms, 170 square meters of indoor amenity space, and a minimum of 300 square meters of outdoor amenity space, 1 vehicular access point off Cole Harbour Road, a minimum of 0.8 parking spaces per unit, and then the 20-meter non-disturbance area around the watercourse. Non-substantive amendments are changes to the agreement which could be made without a formal public hearing. So the proposed non-substantive amendments with this agreement include changes to allow commercial uses on the ground floor, changes to allow the building design to be located closer to Cole Harbour Road, or changes required as a result of the completed Cole Harbour Portland Street Cole Harbour Road functional plan, the one we were speaking to earlier. Changes to parking, circulation, and access, and then changes to the landscaping requirements, as well as the extension, changes to the dates for commencement and completion. So with that, staff recommend that Harbour-East Marine Drive Community Council approve the development agreement as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated January 18th, 2023.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Could you go to the diagram, Schedule B, the site plan?
I have this image of that.
Yes, that's
okay.
what I'm thinking of. Two things. It appears to be concrete sidewalks going from the sidewalk into the building at various locations. And now I understand that would be great for commercial access if the ground floor is commercial. It'd be great to have store frontage there. But if that's intended to be apartment use, it'd be probably accessible, wheelchair accessible apartments on that particular direct access to and from the parking lot, from the sidewalk, I'd assume, if there to be apartments.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, through Madam Chair to the Councillor, absolutely. If those grade units, they'd be a perfect opportunity to be barrier free. Yeah.
Okay. Now on the diagram to the far right, you got that minimum 14.5 and a little hash mark. I'm just trying to get clarification. Is that the access for underground parking? So how many underground parking lots are they going to have under the site?
The exact number, I'm going to have to go to the development agreement for. So,
well, the only thing I'm worried about is I've known this area for a long time. They're right beside Patricia Place, and it's prone to flooding. So I don't know if this building is going to be built on an elevated platform, because Cole Harbour Road, the property just to the west of this building, will flood consistently. That's why the water course is there. Patricia Place, the next apartment building beside it, had flooded significant storms. And I want to make sure what they designed this is an elevated platform and then taking those measures into account for underground parking, because flooding has been problematic here at Patricia Place, right to the west, adjacent property to the west side of this building. So I want to make sure that they're taking those issues into account.
Minimum 0.8 per unit.
I will quickly just check the agreement for the requirements for
Let's
parking.
do the math, 0.8 per unit.
Of course, I logged out. So those of you at the table here who are better at math than I am, so the agreement requires 0.8 parking spaces per dwelling unit. That's to be shared over the surface parking and ground parking. So that'd be the minimum that needs to be provided. So there would be some underground parking. I don't know how deep they need to go. Is I guess my short answer. So the flooding, in regards to the flooding, that could be looked at in the stormwater management plan as well. That required a detailed permitting. But also the applicant probably can speak to it too, if what happens when they come in their design, when they come into that problem.
Do we have any other questions of clarification? Nope. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dean. And now I invite the applicant, John Dibb of WM Fairs Architects, to provide their presentation. Come on up to the chair. Finally, at 10:15 this evening. The long wait. It's just a good thing that we are all still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed tonight. No one's even paying attention anymore. It's bad. It's that bad.
Good. Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of council. My name is John Dibb, and on behalf of WM Ferris Architects and our client, I would like to welcome you, HRM staff, and community representatives to our proposal for a multi-unit development at 1200 Cole Harbour Road. The proposal is located in the Cole Harbour district, which includes a variety of commercial and residential uses in the area. Many retail, local service, and higher density residential uses immediately surround the development, while lower density dwellings exist to the north and to the west. The proposed development is situated on roughly 87,000 square feet of underutilized land on the south side of Cole Harbour Road between Ashgrove Avenue and Bissett Road. Commercially zoned properties containing a mix of uses neighbor the site, which complement the increased density of the proposed development. Lower density uses mentioned before are buffered from the development by local trail systems, large areas of landscaping, and the arrangement of buildings along Cole Harbour Road. The location of the building on the site is intended to promote the pedestrian functionality planned for Cole Harbour Road by placing the building closer to the street and reserving space behind the structure for parking. This arrangement of space prioritizes access throughout the site while providing considerable buffers and landscaped open space along the existing water course located behind the building. At grade, the building provides a variety of unit types and sizes that are accessible from private entrances along the building's facade and the main lobby that extends from Cole Harbour to the rear parking lot. The main level also includes 2 indoor amenity spaces that serve the building's residents and provide them with spaces for shared recreation. These rooms are located near the area reserved for outdoor amenity uses that will include sheltered seating and lighting to promote resident safety. Levels 2 and 3 of the proposal include a high number of 1 and 2 bedroom units. The size of the units on these levels is intended to provide residents with more livable space compared to units of this type in other parts of the city. Of the 104 units in the building, a minimum 55% will be 2 bedrooms and 5% will be 3 bedrooms. The building steps back at level 4 to create a street wall along Cole Harbour Road, creating a terrace for the units of this level to overlook the commercial street. The step back provides an opportunity to change the form of the building, helping reduce the perceived scale of the design. At level 4, larger units are incorporated to provide the area with much needed family style units to accommodate a variety of living styles and needs. Levels 5 and 6 are a similar floor plate but feature a higher ratio of 2 and 3 bedroom units. Located further away from the downtown core, a consideration for larger units had to be included in the proposal to provide residents with ample storage, comfortable spaces, and opportunities for families to grow and age in place. The facade along Cole Harbour Road, which is at the top of the screen, is intended to address the existing scale of development within the area. The 3-story street wall shown here reduces the perceived height by introducing a step back and changes in buildings materials. The treatment is also utilized on the rear side by incorporating a change in material above level 3. A similar treatment of materials is incorporated on the building's side yard, which directly faced existing commercial uses and the local trail system. The use of materials and massing in this way relates appropriately to the character and scale of the proposal's surroundings, making it less imposing despite its increased density. From Cole Harbour Road, we can see how the massing and use of materials helps articulate the facade and address the pedestrian scale of the street with multiple recesses and projections. The building's main entrance is positioned centrally along the street with lighting and materials to distinguish it from neighboring masses. This provides residents and visitors with a safe access point and a prominent canopy for shelter. High-quality building materials are used throughout the proposal to promote multiple main facades that have similar degrees of treatment and articulation. The outdoor amenity space in this area will be landscaped to provide a pleasant area for the building's residents, which will be done by treating the surface with materials to accommodate sheltered seating and include different forms of soft landscaping. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. Do we have any questions of clarification? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Just to clarify, when I talk about the flooding problems to the west of property, I said Patricia Place is actually Jennifer Place. And I want to make sure that you guys took those concerns into effect because we've had severe flooding. We've had the lower apartments in that building flooded out, the parking lot filled. And we got the pathway through there now. It's a bit of a buffer, but I don't know what kind of design plans you have to elevate a platform. I don't know what kind of drainage plan you have for the underground parking, but I can tell you flooding's been problematic along that low spot of the Cole Harbour Road. I don't know what plans you have to address that.
Through you, Madam Chair. So right now we're looking currently at one level of underground parking, and then through more detailed design and working with our consultants, we'll be able to address these issues with a higher degree of certainty. Thank you.
Okay, and do you plan to put any trees along your road frontage access in regards to trying to break up the from the street wall to the street? It'd be awfully noisy for those if they have apartments on the ground floor. Is there going to be any plans for landscaping, trees, whatever, for kind of not just shade but also kind of protection for cars coming off the road and crashing into a ground floor apartment?
Yeah. Again, through you, Madam Chair. Right now there isn't a landscaping plan done, but as part of the building permitting stage, if the agreement is approved, a landscape plan will be submitted.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions of clarification? No. Okay, thank you very much. And now we will open the public hearing. And we have no one signed up this evening to speak, so I'll just ask if anyone here in the gallery would like to speak. Anyone like to speak to this? And one more time, if anyone would like to speak. Okay, we are going to close the public hearing. Yep, thank you. Great, okay. Tony, do you want to put it on the floor? I think so. I saw a nod.
Put the following motion on the floor that the Harbour-East Marine Drive Community Council, 1, approve the proposed development agreement, which shall be substantially of the same form as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated January 18, 2023. And 2, require the development agreement be signed by the property owner with 120 days or any extension thereof granted by council on request of the property owner from the date of the final approval by council and any other bodies as necessary, including applicable appeal periods, which is later. Otherwise, this approval will be void and obligations arising hereunder shall be at the end so moved.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Austin. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah.
As the local council, do you have any
Yep,
questions? I'll
yeah,
assume the
yeah, I
chair,
would like
Madam
to
Chair,
speak.
if you ask.
Yes,
Councillor
thank you.
Purdy.
Thank you. Okay, so this development, I've not received any negative feedback. I've not even received positive feedback. So it's been a very steady process up till now. The concerns that I was just reading, and Councillor Hensby has already, brought forward the drainage issues. Of course, that is just a known problem in that area, and it's a very serious one. So knowing that you will have a mitigation plan for that building, and I was also the flat roof. How does the snow and ice component? There's no really one. Dean, do you want to come up here so I can ask you a question about the flat roof? How does snow and ice? Really, is that what you do? You go up to the roof and shovel it off? Is that?
Too heavy.
I was wondering what
Yeah.
happens in that situation.
Well, to you, Madam Chair, to yourself. The the applicant. Oh, sorry. My apologies.
Oh no.
Yes, it's engineered to withstand the loads, but also there's drainage up there. So as it melts, it goes into the stormwater. There's drain pipes up within the up top. But yes, shoveling off also is a method of removing it too. But yeah.
No. Okay. Excellent. And okay. Yeah. That's yeah. I'm in favor of this. We need units desperately. And actually, one of my kids lives in the basement apartment of Jennifer Place, so I really hope it doesn't flood anytime soon. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Are
the
you
chair.
ready to assume the chair?
I will assume the chair.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You're Councillor Kent. Did you have something?
I just want to say that I'm in support of this. I think it's a really good use of the parcel. It's in an ideal location. I'm particularly pleased with the proponent that actually said the words that they're looking for families. We hear about apartment buildings and we very rarely hear that. So that's encouraging, and appreciate that from the applicant. I'm happy to support it.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to me, this one's a no-brainer as well. Happy to support it. I just want to, it's all HRM staff pretty much and us pretty much left here tonight. I just want to say, just from a process point of view, we really dodged a bullet, because if someone had turned out for this hearing at 6 o'clock tonight and had to sit through 4 hours to get to their thing, I mean, that's not really fair. So I think in future, sometimes you just make a wrong call with these things. You don't think things are going to go as long as we did, but we packed too much into tonight, right? This could have gone really sideways. Well, I'm just saying, probably 2 public hearings on the night that are significant public hearings. That's probably about the capacity that we can do, because this could have been really bad.
I didn't think we were allowed to have 3 public hearings.
Sorry? Well, but it's fresh right now.
Okay, thank you. Point well taken, Deputy Mayor. And yeah.
It's those controversial ones that are not in our district.
Yeah. Yeah. So call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Nope. Okay. Motion is approved. Thank you very much. Okay, we are moving on to. We're going to, yeah, it's already been adjourned. Yep, we did. No. And now we have.
13.1.1.
Yep. No, we haven't.
We need to still
I'm
go
so-
through this.
yes.
And then you've got this item.
Okay, so correspondence, petitions, and delegations. Clerk?
Yep, so Madam Chair, just as noted earlier in the meeting, we have received correspondence for items 10.1.1, 10.1.2, and 10.1.3, which has all been circulated to the members of the Community Council. And the clerk's office has no petitions.
Okay, thank you. We are moving on to reports. We have 13.1.1 case. Oh, information items brought forward. We have no information items brought forward. And case, moving on to case 24573, development agreement for 519 Cow Bay Road, Eastern Passage.
Thank you.
Councillor Kent?
Thank you. I move that Harbour-East Marine Drive Community Council give notice of motion to consider the proposed development agreement as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated February 13th, 2023 to allow a two-story, 12-unit residential building at 519 Cow Bay Road, Eastern Passes, and schedule a public hearing. So moved.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Hensby. Any word?
Just support it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Call for the question?
Question.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that has been passed. Oh, sorry. Moving on. That has been passed. Members of Community Council? We have none. Oh,
May I say something?
Yeah, yes, you may.
I know I don't want to belabor the night, but at the same time, to just so you know, the regimental funeral for constables in Edmonton happened today, and Brett Ryan and Travis Jordan and Travis, in case you weren't aware, I had intended to do this with you earlier in the night to acknowledge that happened today. So we had a contingency go out from HRP. Yeah. Tough day. Yeah.
Tough day. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So 14 motions. No motions. No in camera. Added items. No, not allowed. No added items allowed. Notices of motion. Public participation. No, there's no one left. And okay, we will have our next meeting.
To be determined.
To be determined. Yes. That
Say April 6th, but
we're going to say April 6th, but it may be the following week. So we will have that information out as soon as we know. And call for the adjournment. Yes, thank you. And we are adjourned. Good night.